All right, I think we'll get started here. Emot Kwaikwaikwankwanepe. It's really good to see you all. My name is Richard Hardy. I'm the chair of the Electoral Area Services Committee. And yeah, we'll just get right into things here. So before we do get started, first and foremost, I'd like to again just recognize that we do have exits to my left and to the right in case of an emergency. And the meeting is, the gathering place is just outside here to the left. And as well with regards to washrooms, if anybody needs to use the washroom, go down the hallway, hang a right, and there's two washrooms on the left-hand side. With that being said, you also recognize the traditional territories of the Comox people in which the CVRD operates within. Right, so first and foremost, I guess we're moving into delegations. We had City West fiber installation. So if you wanted to come up and second, thanks. So we have a Stefan Wolzen and Colin Bell and other folks. If you want to,
Mr. Chair, I think they are on the line, so we'll just ask them to unmute themselves and then open the floor to Stefan and his team.
Okay, just a reminder, Stefan and friends, it's 10 minutes for your presentation, and we'll let you get started right now.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me clearly enough?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for the invitation to attend this morning's session. So the intent this morning is to provide you with a quick presentation and an update as to where it is that we are on our build on Denman Island, and as well as on Hornby Island, and then to address any questions that any of the panelists may have. So I am the CEO of City West. Very proud and happy to be here today, and extremely excited about the work that we're doing currently on Denman Island and Hornby Island. So without further ado, why don't we pass it on to our team to provide you with an update and quick intros for themselves as well.
Good morning, folks. My name is Wes Isis, and I'm the Director of Projects with City West. And notionally, my team looks after all of our sort of what we call expansion projects like Denman Hornby, as well as managing our Connected Coast initiative. Bart, you're on mute.
Bart Kuntz, City West Vice President of Operations. So I look after all the operations that City West has for all the infrastructure in our outside plant. So any of our fiber builds and all the different areas that we serve in our communities when it comes to outside plant.
Colin Bell, I'm the construction manager for City West, looking after all the civil works for Denman Island and Hornby Island.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tanya Jenkins. I'm the Vice President of People and Markets, so that's HR and Sales and Marketing. Proud to be here to speak with all of you today. Thank you for the invitation. Over to Brad.
Good morning, directors and staff. Kind of different being on the other side of the table. Brad Unger, Gold River and Southern Highland, I guess, regional director or regional for City West.
Why don't I take the lead, guys, and I could give an update just on the Connected Coast side of things. And Bart, maybe then I can turn it over to you for the local last mile portion of things. I'm sure many folks on the call here are eager to, and have been following the progress of Connected Coast. So I'm really happy to report that we're about at 95% completion from sort of the southern leg. So that'd be from Vancouver right to Denman Hornby and onto Cortez and a little further north. The last little bits of the project outstanding are all related to small cable A sections, just held up by pretty lengthy permitting processes. But the team is rapidly getting those underhand and in hand, and we expect the full completion of all marine works by early June, And then we have a little bit of terrestrial construction and cable activity in Vancouver. So right in the city of Vancouver that connects from kind of our landing there into the internet exchange. And again, that's anticipated here in the coming weeks ahead.
And just a quick clarifying point, that's all with reference to connectivity to Denman and Hornby Island. That's not the encompassing Connect the Coast entire project. That's
Correct.
Just,
yes.
just in terms of Denman and Hornby. Thanks, Wes.
Yeah, and I'll lead into the operation and the build sort of methodology we're using on Denman Island. So currently right now, when we get out there, we start with our civil build, which you've seen lots of activity on Denman and Hornby and specifically Denman. We've done a great job getting ourselves extended out there, working through some tough conditions in different areas, but can continue to look for solutions to get through there. We'll call that stage one. Our stage two is when we get into fiber placement and jetting. Great news again, all the activity that's been done in the civil has been proofed, and we've got fiber connectivity through a lot of the area, right? So from the submarine cable, which Wes was talking about, where the active gear comes in, we have got a lot placed throughout the community and throughout the different sections. And after that, we started splicing and testing. So now we have some our splicer that locally lives down in the area there. He's been connecting all the homes in a bunch of different areas to get them built out in a manner. So those are big steps, right? This build is, anytime you take these infrastructure builds on, there's always a few complications here and there, and solutions that we're going to continue to look at so that we can serve the community in whole, right? So that's sort of where we're at now. When that connectivity comes up, we will have active customers ready to go, right? And there will be phases of that get rolled out. So that's where we are on the three stages of it, and we're in a good spot right now. So over to Colin.
Yeah, I think to sum up Denman Island, we've completed approximately 80% of the civil build, which brings, in the most part, fiber to the curb for approximately 700 to 800 residents on the island. So we're getting pretty close to completion, although certainly the ground conditions and there have been a difficult build, but we are getting through it, and we have a plan to move forward with the remaining part of the island, looking at different options of continuing the civil as well as combining that with an aerial component. So I think the crews have done, under the conditions, have done very well, and we can sort of see the light when on the other end here for completion when that signal finally hits the shore here in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, I'll take it over from Colin there. So the sales and marketing team, our goal when we reach out to new communities such as yourself is really twofold. One is to make sure that we have communication touch points with you throughout the process from the time you start seeing Wes or Colin's teams out on the community, all the way through to the time that we actually light up a community. To date, since December of 2021, we've had 10 direct mailings to those people who've signed up for communications with us. And we've also had 8 ad placements in the various publications on the island. So that's quite a bit of touch points in a sort of 16 month period of time. Those touch points generally pick up and continue a little bit more regularly when we have more to announce as we get closer to those live dates. On the sales side, we work hand in hand with Bart and Colin and Wes in terms of understanding where they are in the construction build. And we identify those addresses that are ready to be reached out to inquire if they're interested in having an order with either the internet fiber connection and or stream TV. What I can tell you to date is that we've reached out to about 362 residences so far on the island through touch points, whether it be the phone. We actually did come through. I'll hand off to Brad in a second. He came through in person just last month. And so of the 362 that we've just reached out to in the early days, 188 residents have already signed up interest in the City West internet and or stream TV. So that's 52% already so far, and that's just early days. I'll hand it over to Brad. Brad, maybe you can speak to everybody about your experience just being on island last month.
Sure, thanks, Tanya. Yeah, part of my role as regional manager, I get to go to the islands and I get to see the communities and work within the communities, talk to the residents. And I was over there, about a month ago now, and some of my experiences there were just incredible. You knock on the door and the lady who opens the door, she sees the City West. She goes, "Hey, you're here! God, I'm so excited." Other ones, you can't wait for better internet service. We had residents say, "Geez, I'm under contract, but as soon as I get to finish the contract, I'm signing up." You talk to some of the residents who are on Zoom, and one actually household, the husband and wife both teach, and they're on Zoom and Teams meetings, and so sometimes where actually one of them has to leave the community to make sure they have internet service that they can actually hold their meetings. So it's really exciting, that kind of stuff. One resident, we talked briefly about the 80 meter charges, and he goes, "I'm okay with this." He says, "I fully understand this." He says, "But you know what? I'm going to get a service that I can use. I'm so excited, so excited." So it's very exciting to see the community and the residents and the businesses so excited about the service coming. We know what it's going to bring to the community. Living here in Gold River, most of you guys know I'm in Gold River here. I can't wait for Denman Island, Hornby Island, Cortez Island to get finished, because then the crew can come to Gold River and can finish us here. So, it's an exciting project. Been there from day one, and I can't wait to see everybody hooked up. It's fantastic.
So Stefan, we're drawing close to your 10 minutes for your presentation. So if you want to try and wrap things up here in the next minute or two, that would be great. Thanks. Absolutely,
Mr. Chair. So I think that's so we'll stop out the presentation component right now and just speak to there's obviously significant positives about the success of the build, considering the challenging subsurface environment on Denman Island. The best thing about the methodology that we're using for building is that it really is a build once, dig once methodology. So crashing down trees and et cetera, doesn't have a longevity effect on the network itself. This is a 50 to 75 year system that we're building for the island using the best technology that exists on the planet today. It still doesn't take away from the fact that there are complications that we still have in the build for the remaining 20% of the island. And I think the important message to provide to this board and to anybody who is listening is that we're not done. So for us as a company, we are owned by a municipality, and so our heartbeat and our purpose is all on being a social enterprise and on providing services to people who are ultimately looking for services. So it means that we'll stretch further than a traditional telecommunications company to be able to provide people with connectivity. It doesn't mean that we can go bankrupt in the process. So we're grateful for the partnership that the CBRD has had with us through this process. We're also extremely grateful for the support that the province has provided us so far. And one of the things, Mr. Chair, I think it's worth just articulating to the group over here is the original application for particularly Denman. It had an assumption of the number of homes that were in the community. Our original funding in our partnership with the CBRD was to build just over 500 homes on Denman Island. I think Collins 80% brings us to about 800 homes on Denman Island. So we're building off of the partnership 300 more homes than we were actually supplemented and paid to build. And the nature of our partnership is such that that we build what we're funded for. So we're effectively building 60% more homes than our partnership specifically identifies. And what we're saying to you as the community and as representatives who represent your community is we're still not done. We still intend to go back to the province and to work with our partners in the CBRD to be able to find ways to be able to extend the service to the remaining 20%. In other words, we're not stopping. We'll continue
Thanks.
to work and we'll continue to make sure everyone's connected.
Thanks, Stefan. So we've gone through your 10 minutes and we do have some questions here from the director. So we'll open it up. Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Stefan, and the rest of the team for presenting today. I think we haven't had a touch base since the bill started at this table anyways. So it's really great to see you today. And we're equally excited about the partnership with City West and obviously the success we've had in securing the funds to connect both islands. I do have some questions and Brad has got, I'm glad you were on the island and had a positive experience. As you remember, as mayor, as elected official, we act more as a bit of the complaint department. So I do have a few questions today that concerns that are being raised in the community. And if you're not able to answer them all today, Stefan and your team, then that's fine. We can have a follow-up later. The first thing is, yes, I hear the bill on Hornby is going a little smoother so far than some of the problems encountered on Denman. I'm curious about your last statement, Stefan, around the 500 homes that had been identified because, looking at the 2016 census for Denman Island, it shows that there's 832 dwellings. So I don't know how the mark was missed in terms of that information being there at our fingertips and coming up with a lower number at the time. So that's something maybe to check on. I mean, this might be water under the bridge, but still thought I would mention it because you raised it. And then a few questions that I have is just, I guess when we went to the referendum, there was the general message to the population was that we would aim for 100% connection and as close as possible to that. And then that we connect anyone at probably no fee and whether they got a subscription or not. And this seems to have changed a little bit or maybe it was misunderstood at the time. I'd love some comments from you on that, because I would like to see if we can problem solve if it's a limited number of homes, if it's a vast number of homes. I don't know if you have that information, but if there's for me, I know that the impression in the communities was that there would be no additional fees. And then one question a couple of questions I received from the committee. I'll be done after that, Mr. Chair. I understand that the Northlands may not be serviced this year, and there's also a number of roads that still haven't seen infrastructure, like Owl Crescent, Comas Road, Pickles Road, North Central Road, Peace Road, north end of Northwest Road. So I don't know if there's an easy way to keep up abreast as to when those areas might get some connection. So I'll leave it there. I know I've already overloaded you with questions, but hopefully you've been able to pick them up. And if you need me to clarify any of my questions, I'm happy to do so.
Thanks, Director Alvin. So I'll do my best to be able to pick through the questions that you've brought forward, and please feel free to follow up if there are any that I've missed. So in terms of connecting everybody on the island, part of the issue that we have is the difference in the number of home counts. There's effectively three different home counts that we're working with. The first one is the 2016 census data and the difference between that and the actual number of homes today. So your number that you used was around that 750 mark, thereabout. The actual number of homes since we've started the bill based on unique addresses and signups is 900. So there's 150 homes of differential right there. And then to further complicate things, the just over 500 that I was mentioning is based on what the province was able to fund, because what the province needs to do is they need to recognize, based on your incumbent providers' self-declarations about service, they had to cut out a certain portion of the community which was considered, whether we believe it or not, but was considered to be served. In other words, there was approximately 250 homes on the island, or 200 homes on the island that were considered served, and we don't, unfortunately, have the ability to be able to refute that process. So effectively, there's three different numbers that we're ultimately dealing with. In terms of the build that City West is performing on Denman Island, by getting to that 800 odd so number of homes that we will complete together with our subcontractor in this construction season, it brings us closer to that differential, Director Arbour, between that 750 mark and that 900 mark that I was talking to you about. And what our intent is to submit another application to the province for additional support for that delta, for those remaining homes, so that we can get connectivity funding and bring connections past the homes of those remaining 100 or 150 homes on island. So that was to question number one. Director, it's the question number two, the connections at no fee. So we've heard back from a handful of individuals on the island who have properties that are quite far away from the main road, that there was an expectation that their property would receive a connection at no connection fee. And I think that this is a miscommunication, likely from the partnership to get to the community, if there are individuals that have the expectation that service would be provided at no fee, because effectively, and let's think about this from a logical perspective, we all, so the CVRD took a 10% contribution and put it towards the cost of the build. City West took a big proportion and put it to the cost of the build. The province took a big proportion and put it towards the cost of the build. So we had a pot of money to spend to get through the civil build itself. If we were funding a home that was, call it 2,500 meters from the roadway, the amount of money that it would cost us to be able to bring that individual homeowner a single connection would likely land up impacting another 5 homes that we wouldn't be able to ultimately serve, because the pot of gold ultimately wasn't any bigger. It was a defined amount of money that we would end up spending. Now, in truth, because of the fact that the Denman build ended up costing more money than we thought it was going to end up costing, by nature of the fact that our civil contractor couldn't complete the build at the speed and with the efficiency that we required, City West has actually gone and taken our own money and topped up the amount of money for that build. We haven't come back to the CVRD as our partners and asked for an additional top up of cash. We've done it ourselves so that we can still get through that significant chunk of the build, that 80%. We put $1 million more of our own money into the build itself so that we can make it ultimately work and get to that last remaining 100 to 150 homes, which we do believe would qualify for supplemental funding. But certainly, if there was an impression or an understanding from a homeowner who was sitting at that 2,000 meter mark or that 2,500 meter mark, that we would provide connectivity to them at no cost and sacrifice another 5 customers that were ultimately looking for connectivity, it's not in the public's interest to do so. So we've been funded for the first 30 meters into a property for those 500 odd so homes that we have connectivity funding for. And what we as City West have done is we've topped that up to 80 meters. So that encompasses the vast majority, significant majority of the island, where we can provide them with a connection at no cost. And then Director Arbour, your last question about the Northlands. The Northlands is that remaining portion that I'm speaking about. We call it DMO4. But it's the last section up in the north east side of Denman Island, and that's the next section that we're planning on getting to. And in terms of the roads, the individual specific roads that you identified, Colin can take that away and get back to you. The one thing that I would add is that we're not completed the Silver Bowl right now, so there are likely roads that have not had Silver Bowls done to them yet that will still get done in this construction season. So maybe what we can do is we can provide you with an updated map of what the completed build will look like this construction season as a follow-up to this meeting.
Director Arbor.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks so much, Stefan. Those were really good answers, and I learned quite a bit about where you're at. So I really appreciate you providing that information. And I also note that while I want to thank you for adding those funds from City West to the build, and also thinking about approaching further funding from the province to complete some of those areas you're speaking of. And if we can assist with that, either through letters of support or advocacy with our MLAs or otherwise, happy to do so, just like last time. So definitely on board. And I think, yeah, I appreciate your answers, because I think that will help me and people who are tuning in understand a little bit the context. For the dwellings, it made sense when you say that, especially when you mentioned the 240 or 250 homes that were considered serviced. That's something I have a vague memory of. I think it's probably through the TELUS access or something like that, but that explains some of the discrepancies. So yeah, thank you. And maybe if you want to follow up with staff, perhaps to see if we can provide letters of support or otherwise to the next application, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you, Director.
Seeing no other questions, we want to vote on receipt. Director agrees, Director Arbor, all in favor, carried. Thanks. All right, moving into the next presentation, we get a vote on receipt or vote to receive. Thank you. So next delegation is Noel Villiard from the concerned residents of Graham Lake Water local service area. So Mr. Villiard, you got 10 minutes. Thanks.
This is Noel. Is that hear me? My name is Noel Villard. I'm here today with a number of neighbors to represent the concerned citizens of Denman Island regarding the Graham Lake water treatment system. I'd like to thank CVRD and our area representative, Daniel Arbor, for allowing us to present our concerns today. And a thank you to Black Creek and Oyster Bay, who at a previous meeting offered some of their funds to our project. I thought that was really nice of them. The thought of having to sell my home and move off the island because I cannot afford the cost of water each month is a scary, scary thought. That is the next excerpt from one of the letters I received. Here's another one. I'm 72 years old and still working, but I plan to retire within a year, and I would then be living mostly on CPP and old age security. As far as I can figure out, the cost of my water in 5 years would probably be about 2 months worth of my total income. Wow. We come to you today to look for your help, to ask you to put yourself in our shoes for a moment. Suppose tomorrow you opened a letter from CVRD informing you that your water bill for this year is now $1,600. A year from now, you open up your water bill and it's now over $3,000. And in a couple of years after that, it tops up at over $4,000 a year. How would you feel? Would you or any of your neighbors struggle to find the money to pay this bill? This is exactly what we're facing on Denman Island right now. I have here 20 letters that I'm going to leave with you today, and we're going to get more letters. And their homeowners are expressing their worries, their fears, and their grave concerns about the cost of water. I'd like to give you a brief history of the Graham Lake Improvement District. Over 50 years ago, a developer created 59 fairly small lots, most being less than a third of an acre, and many of them only 75 feet or even less wide. At the same time, a water system utility was created by the developers under a certificate of public convenience and necessity issued by the Public Utilities Commission in 1971 and approved by the BC Cabinet. This was done so wells would not be necessary on these small lots. At the time, they filtered the water through sand and eventually added UV lights. The system was upgraded over the years on a continual basis, especially after the formation of GLID, which was a Graham Lake Improvement District, which was run by a volunteer board of directors and eventually a couple of paid operators. The cost of water increased over the years from $60 to start with to well over $1,000 last year. Never, ever has anybody become sick from drinking the water from the Graham Lake water system. And the occasional boil water advisory, which is because of its turbidity, that shows up in the late fall and the winter rainy season. Turbidity, from what we understand, is not really harmful in small amounts. In the past, we have sold water through a private contractor to other people on the island. And that continued until a few years ago. It was stopped because the contractor was not willing to pay for the necessary liability insurance. We sincerely hope the CVRD can continue the practice of selling water to other residents on Denman Island in order to mitigate the severe shortages of water on the island during certain dry periods throughout the year. It would be much appreciated by the citizens and add a little bit to the coffers of CVRD. At the beginning of this year, January 1st, 2023, the Graham Lake water system was transferred to CVRD for a number of reasons with which you are familiar. Although our system at the time was operating very smoothly, CVRD was confronted with the new regulations from the federal and the provincial government. These regulations have indicated a need for a new costly pump house and filtration system. The CVRD has projected our water costs to go to $1,600 this year and close to $100 a week in a couple of years. $100 a week is a lot of money for water, mostly because of the new regulations on the water system that these governments are insisting that we do. Does any other area on CVRD have this much water to pay for water? Pay this much for water? No. RSAVIA has indicated that water bills in the Comox district range anywhere from about $500 to $1,000 a year. The proposed hike in water and the proposed hike in our water rate is simply not fair and not affordable. Let me outline a few cases. A couple in their late 50s or early 60s bought land before the prices went up. They put a trailer on it, which they're still living in. They are now building a house, and the only outside work that they've had anyone do was pouring the foundation and the electrical work. The rest is sweat and toil from their hands, and they hope to move in the early fall. They are really going to struggle to find money to pay this new water tax. A widow lives on old age security and CPP, plus a little money from a family farm in the prairies. She might have to sell her home and hasn't got a clue as to where she can afford to live. A retired minister managed to buy a small, modest house about 6 years ago. He barely had the finances to pay the last bill last year, and with the pending increase, he will probably have to sell his house. But as he said to me, where am I going to live? Where can I afford to live? And what he'll be able to sell that house for, a modest house with a $4,000 water bill, it's going to be much lower than the market price. Many have suggested we look at alternate ways of supplying water. Well, wells are out of the question for most households due to the small size of the lots, the proximity of the other houses and sites of the existing septic tanks. They're just too close to septic tanks to put a well in. Additionally, many homes are not conducive to water catchment due to the inappropriate roof construction, and large cisterns cannot be accommodated on these smaller lots. Some have suggested we treat the water at point of entry, which makes a lot of sense, but we understand because of liability, it is not an option for our system. As you can see, the only option to proceed with is the installation of the upgrade to our system as proposed by CVRD. The question is funding, both short and long term. We fully appreciate that sufficient funds may not be available in the current CVRD budget. And so we're asking for your help in lobbying the federal government and provincial government for grants and funding to cover the required costs of the proposed upgrade. These grants could eliminate the high interest costs that are associated with having to borrow money for these high costs. I believe Bowser, for example, received 75% of the cost of their new system from the government, and their water bill went up $89 per household. And that's it, only $89 per household. There's a list of provincial water projects that have been awarded substantial portions of their costs, such as Abbotsford having received 70% of their huge upgrade. Just because we're a small water system, okay, we should not be penalized and be required to pay amounts that are significantly higher than other areas in CVRD and other areas in the province. In summary, we need water. We need this system. There's no other option. We need it to be affordable for all. And for this to happen, we need your help in looking for this funding. I'm an optimist, and I believe strongly in this quote I will leave you with when it comes to funding for grants, etc. There are no problems, just opportunities to be creative. I'll say that again. There are no problems, just opportunities to be creative. And in this situation, we really have to be creative. I thank you for your time and attention, and I'm glad the police came to take me away. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Billiard. We'll open up the floor for the directors to ask some questions to you, and hopefully you don't get carted out. Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Noel, for coming to present today and painting a very accurate picture, I think, of the anxiety that the situation is creating. Yeah, it's definitely one of the toughest issues I think I'll be facing this term in terms of this specific service. I would highlight that something, that you didn't mention, but I'm sure you could have, is we did partner together to secure $1.3 or $1.4 million for the system, which we got through a provincial and federal grant, which is equivalent to a subsidy of $15,000 per home. And I lobbied hard for that one. At the time, we thought that this would do the trick, that this could limit the increase to something manageable. But in the last number of months, due to a change in the type of treatment that is required, and also an initial assessment, which I think a lot of that work was done on the GLID, both for the treatment and for the state of the infrastructure. We're dealing with a lot of old pipes, which is potentially adding a lot of cost. And what I'm hearing since that was the last couple of months anyways, is some people, and maybe our staff will come back on that, some people think, well, maybe the pipes are not that bad. Like there's still, I think, a lot of question marks that we have to answer in order to look for ways to mitigate. I told you before, I'm happy to chase more grants or more dollars, but this is already a substantive, as we all recognize, amount of money going into the system. And lastly, in regards to the comment around the public value of the system, when we applied for the funding for the 1.4, I made it a requirement that there would have to be access for the rest of the community to the system. That I could not see us, proceeding with that level of grant without broader community benefit to the island. And so I think that the tap for the community, when and if the project proceeds, is a given. Like we have full agreement. We won't let go on that. So yes, my question is, we're now lining up a community meeting, probably before the end of May. So if you have any thoughts or advice on how you would like to see that one go, I would be thrilled for your thoughts. And I realize there's another delegation that will be on the same topic. So, but yeah.
Meeting, thoughts about that meeting. I'd be glad to talk to you privately about it. Another thing, I talked to an MLA, a good friend of mine, who was also a cabinet minister at one point. She's not an MLA anymore. And she said the government does not like to have people hurt by their legislation. And we are being hurt by this legislation big time. And she said there's money available for this type of project. And we're going to go after it very aggressively. Because we just have to be creative, as I said, to find this money. And I think we can do it. Thank you. Any other questions?
Director Green.
Thank you. Well, 1.4 million doesn't go very far anymore. You talk about our benevolent senior government. Well, I've been at this job for almost 15 years and I don't share that optimism. I think, we were just at a previous meeting here talking about the province downloading fire inspection to regional districts. So you shall, you will, all that good language, but when it comes to funding, well, these are unfunded directives, and I know that this has been going on for over 10 years. Some of the smaller water systems in the interior face many of the same issues, same problems. I think we're going to have to think out of the box with this as far as engineering goes. Because even here in the Comox Valley, we had a boiled water advisory, and it was caused by glacial clay, very fine particles in the water system of Comox Lake. And we were testing our water all along, and University of Victoria biology department, Dr. Manzumba, anyway, he said there was no correlation between the particulates and any bacterial or parasitical presence in the water. But that didn't matter because it said so much diffraction of light means that you have to put in a system. So, $130 million later, we've got a brand spanking new system up there to filter water and do all three levels of treatment. But getting back to when the first Water Act came in and all these directives, which they can, bureaucrats, if they get something, then that's only good for a couple of years. And then of course we've upped the bar even more now. Aren't you proud of us? And you guys will fix that. But one of the things they did talk about was treatment at point of entry. So you basically supply what is pretty close to raw water, and then it's up to the individual. So, that may be something we'll have to look at. I'm not sure. I brought it up before. I don't think it really flies with the health authority, but because they'd rather it be something, state of the art, brand new. This kind of issue, water is the staff of life, right? This kind of issue is going to become more and more prevalent in the decades ahead, as you know. So I don't know how we get around it. We can certainly, you've got a very capable director, and he's working all the time to try to get senior government funding. But I think what was mentioned is the fact that there already is a certain commitment that we've got so far. And when you get checked off a box, they don't want to check you off again. You have to move it around. So I don't know the noisy answer to this, no easy answer at all. But I do think that that you're just going to have to work with your director and the engineering staff of the CVRD and see what is the best of a bad situation. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions or comments, I guess I just have one final comment, and then we'll vote on receipt. And that would be, Daniel, you made mention of the fact that there's a community meeting of some sort towards the end of May. If I could be notified of the date and time, I don't mind attending that meeting as well. I don't mind helping out with the advocacy work if need be. Okay. So with that being said, not seeing any more questions, we'll vote on receipt. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Baylor. Next item, resolution status report. Oh, sorry. Sorry, there is one more delegation. Graham Lake Water Local Service Areas. Thank you. So we're inviting Grant and Chris and Greg to give a presentation. And again, just remind you got 10 minutes. And we'll start you on the clock. Thanks.
Great. Good morning, everyone, and thank you. And thanks to Noel for his presentation and his efforts to find more funding. We're taking a different look more at a technical and project management aspect. I lost my fellow representative. He had to go to a medical appointment. But anyways, we were and are a representative of other concerned Graham Lake and landowners. And we are not here this morning before the EAAC to ask for money. As we all know, the $1.2 million has already been secured. But we are here to submit a presentation binder and, more importantly, to ensure that our landowner service and rate value concerns are recognized and acknowledged. Concerned and engaged landowners are anxious and stressed about where their water rates are going and where this project is going and exactly what is happening with our water system. My name is Grant Sizz. I come with over 30 years in water handling, including 10 years with a mechanical engineering and contracting firm that was always known to have the right number. I'm a level 1 EOCP water operator, AWA member, volunteer firefighter, and first responder. All of my water handling experience comes from the private sector, where cost control, accountability, and project, which is from project conception to project delivery. And that is always a must. I guess that makes me a little bit more pragmatic. My fellow representative was Chris Page. He was a former GLID trustee, BCIT Mechanical Technology Certificate, Village of Lions Bay Councillor, Waterworks Portfolio, Vancouver volunteer firefighter, a shipbuilder and a welder, and a certified scuba diver. And he was far more optimistic than me. And he would like me to speak for him to say that he was impressed with the April 17 memo that came out from the engineering department. And we hope that we can move forward at the May 24th meeting. I would also like to thank our representative, Daniel Arbor, who asked the concerned landowners back, I think it was in February, to submit an interim letter, which we did. And this was done on March 10. In that letter, there is a collaboration of 7 recommendations. And in the very limited time, I'd like to try to cover and review these and find out what the status of these recommendations and where they are. Now, Chris was going to speak further on one of the things that is sort of a major concern for him, and that is the fire hydrants. Fire hydrants right now, we do not know whether or not they're in a in-service or out-of-service situation. And I'd just like to move ahead shortly here. We would like to know that our concerns are being heard if we can move ahead with some kind of decision on those hydrants. We live in an interface neighborhood, and we know that there's interface money and funding. So that might be something that we can look at where we can get extra funds to help the system. The 7 concerns started off with a steering committee. And I think that that's prudent and somewhat wise to go with, because you're going to get input from the local landowners. And some of the local landowners do have experience in water system. And I think that can be addressed again, May 24th. The second thing was the lake study. The lake study, I think, is where we're going to find possible cost savings, because really everything is moot. You have to know your water source. If we don't know what our water source is about, and I'll just bring one example. We have many people who are talking about, who live on the lake, that there's invasive plant life. And that plant life, we do not know how quickly that is growing. And so we don't want to be treating a slough or a smaller pond than what we have right now. So that's one of our concerns, is definitely having a steering committee and reviewing the lake study. The third item that we were concerned about is the boil notice. Right now, many landowners are concerned because 4 months out of the year, we have boil notice, and we're paying $1,400 for that. What's more concerning is that they want the right system, and they'd like a straightforward answer. If we're going to go with a boil notice for the entire year, then I think that leads to the next question about financial relief, while we wait to get the right answers from the lake study. The fourth item was just that, the financial relief. I think that what I'm hearing from landowners is that, and as the previous presentation indicated, many people are on fixed income. Many people can handle and understand small increases, but they definitely can't handle double or triple the rates. And that's just unfortunately a fact that we're having to face. And the last thing was a return to project fundamentals. And what that really means is, because especially from the industry that I've come from, we've got to get some defining parameters of what we're really trying to achieve here. And when we do, then possibly we can stage this and phase this. And what I mean by that is that we don't have to take it all on at once. Daniel, you mentioned about the pipe replacement. Again, I think some data is lacking. AC pipe can last between 75 and 100 years. That would give it another 25 years longevity. We could possibly defer that. So I do not want to take any more of your time, but I just want to mention that I thank you for the opportunity for us to present this binder. And I think it's a start of communication and dialogue that we can move forward on May 24th. Thank you.
Thanks, Grant. Director Arbor.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Grant, for this is definitely deserving of a couple of presentations on this issue. And I think you touched on a few more points around, as you said, just the specifics of what's at stake here and the kind of replacements that we're facing. And I'm happy to get your feedback that the decision this committee made last month, I guess, or 2 months ago, to do a little bit of extra diligence prior to committing to the project and looking at any pathways. And from my perspective, it's not one or the other. It's like we need to figure out if there's a cheaper way to do this, number one.
Right.
Number two, as Noel said, we need to keep looking for extra funds if there's some. I'm not super optimistic, but we will try. And it's actually, the grant is 1.4, and then the CVRD itself committed, I think, 500 grand already to the project. And then the third one is really the advocacy to the closed doors. As Dr. Grieve said, this is, and Noel raised this as well, this is raised out of regulations when there's really been nobody that's really gotten sick here. You know what I mean? Like the bar, and that I've said that in previous meeting, the bar across not only BC, but across Canada for a small system is crushing with the regulations that are coming down. It's very weird that, you've got 200, 300 residents in the grid system. We've got about 2,000 residents. So you're about 10% of the islands nobody else that's on wells or anything like that has any type of regulation. Like I know, like the house I lived in all these years, you just have the well and you're on your own. Like Highland Health will never show up. They start trying to get people to register their well, and that's not going super well. But it's like you go from a no regulation, right? Where I'm able to have rainwater and a UV system and maintain it and all the rest of that. Fairly cheap cost. I hear people getting quotes for 60,000. Like we put ours for like 5,000-10,000. You know, so you go from no regulation to city level regulation, right? And then for a system that's 100 homes, that's just absolutely crushing. So I also intend to keep passing that message. I know that our North Island health officer had a long battle around making sure that the Comox Valley follows the regulation for the big Comox Valley system. And for a number of years, politicians were trying to get the regulation change or, you know, but everyone tells me that they're not going to move from the 4-3-2-1 kind of system and all the rest. But we need to keep trying because it's true what was said, you know, at $4,400, like that makes everyone, that makes all levels of government look bad.
It's crushing.
It's crushing, especially when you're already getting 1.5 million plus of subsidy for 100 homes. Like it's ridiculous. So anyways, I really appreciate I hope you'll stay plugged in and same with the prior group. Obviously, everybody will stay plugged in until we figure this out. I can't see a world where we end up spending $4,000, $4,500 for water per home. That's, you know, if you allow me the latitude, Mr. Chair, it's, you know, Cumberland was told to join our South Sewer project a number of years ago, and the cost kept escalating. And Island Health was like, you're out of compliance, you're out of compliance, you're out of compliance. And they stayed out of compliance. You know, at some point they just said, we can't afford this. And then they went to a nature-based solution when they were told there's only one solution. Now they're going to do improvements to their lagoon. So, you know, they looked at a different model. And I'm hoping that we'll get to a similar place.
Well, in closing, if I can just mention, NASA developed a pen that could write in space for $10,000. And some people said they could do it for $5,000, and the Russians used a pencil. So I think there's opportunity here that we can solve this if we don't rush into it and look at it properly. Funding is one aspect, technical and project management is another. So again, I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Grant. So vote on receipt. All in favor? Thanks. Okay. Time out. Sure. Let's take a 5-minute recess, please. Thanks.
Thanks for coming. Yes. Yes, yes. It is. I'd be unwrapped. Yes. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, for sure. It's the future stuff. I was strongly. Yes.
well, stories all sound so good.
All right, we're going to 1 minute to play.
Yeah.
I know James. But yeah, that's okay. All right, next item is resolution status report. So can I have the motion to receive the report? Thank you. All carried. Oh. Nope. Sorry, Director Grieve, you do have a question. Push the button by accident.
Yeah, don't get off that easy. Couple of things on the resolution report, which was our work report. I'm just curious about the Eleanor Road Telus Tower, and it's any motion to concur was contingent on a meeting with the Innovation Science and Economic Development Canada. And I just wondering, what is the, has there been any response? Have we sent out a letter? Where are we as to actually having them comment on a little old regional district out in BC?
Thank you, Director Grieve, and I'll ask Tom True to provide a response to that question. Tom?
Good morning through the Deputy CEO to the chair and the directors. Just actually recently, Director Grieve staff had a Zoom meeting with ICID Canada. Provide the resolution from what you guys want them to come and present to the committee. We have sent a formal request to their supervisors of ICID Canada to come out and have some type of presentation to the committee and to the public. So we are still waiting for the response back.
Figures. Okay. One more. Just curious on item 15, the Saratoga drainage plan. I know we've got some future development up in Saratoga. I've got a meeting at the end of the month with the Saratoga Miracle Beach Residents Association. And I think the last time this was revisited was December the 9th, 2019. So I know we've spent an awful lot of money on this drainage plan. And I'm just wondering, we have to wait another 3 or 4 years before we actually get anywhere with the province on this.
Mark Rutten, our General Manager of Engineering, can provide a response. Mark.
Yeah, thank you through the CAO and through the chair. So yeah, we have over the years, as you know, we have been working to better understand and hopefully implement some solutions for drainage in the Saratoga Miracle Beach area. And as development happens, we do work with the developers to ensure that they're following the regional district's requirements for rainwater management. Most of our sort of area work has been focused on a larger development and in the area. And if that development were to occur, there would definitely be some, important requirements for the development and for the surrounding area. But so far, that development has not moved forward. In the past couple of years, we've also completed some study work on the larger area, and we will be bringing a report forward in the next few months to update the committee on that work and to make some potentially some recommendations. But as you indicated, it's just a complicated area. It involves partnerships with the province, with the Ministry of Transportation, to move water through the area. And yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. We don't have anything to implement, but we have completed some additional study work. We do owe the EASC a report on the outcome of that work, and we will bring something forward in the near future.
So much, very similar to where we were with the Lazo Flats and the plan for that. Now, my understanding is that it's absolutely contingent on working with the property owners and MOTI, again, senior government ministries. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this has been sitting on the shelf. It's about $150,000 study, is it not?
I'm sorry, I don't have the value of the study.
I think we have people here can answer that question because I've been asked that. There's a no,
Mr.
but it's just okay. To make a long story even longer, I guess it is disheartening when you do all the engineering, you do all that work, spend all that tax dollars and staff time, and you run up against the brick wall. And it's, as I say, December 9th, 2019. So no worries, let everybody off the hook, but I'm just trying to make a point here because there are actually people, I guess if a big developer comes forward, which there is one coming forward, then maybe that'll get the attention of the province. But right now we can jump up and down and wave our flag and just sit tight for another 3 years. Thank you. So all
All in favor? Carry. All right, next item. RCMP.
Second.
Thank you. All carried. Inspector Kerbers, microphone is yours. Thanks for coming in today.
Thanks for having us. Just as a matter of introductions, my name is Mike Kerbers, the inspector in charge of the detachment. This is Staff Sergeant Corey Kilburn. I'm the new plainclothes commander. He's been here about 6 months and he's gonna help me out here today. I don't know if Jake has those presentations up. We can run those. And I'll just go through the quarter stats. Oh, there we are. We'll go to the front here. As a matter for reference, we do quarterly reporting. So that's done every quarter, which our quarters from April to April. And we report on the priorities that the community just designated for us. So we kind of report on that, and that's what our reporting lines are. So we kind of pull from our stats to kind of give you the numbers. That gives, those are reported incidents we have. So those ones that aren't reported, we can't really put into this equation. So our fourth quarter is from January to March, and it refers to the Comox Valley Region District areas. And so overall, there was a 9.8% decrease in calls for service in the communities, which is a good stat. And for the fourth quarter, and you can see the numbers if you look at the numbers there. Reason we don't have the chart is deceiving because of the way that the fiscal year runs for us. So from January to March, you can see the stats there. So there's 629 files we attended to for the 2023. And the total for, you can see the totals at the end for each year. So it's been going down steadily for the last number of years, which is a good thing. Part of that is just our great policing efforts to deal with individuals that come into our contact with us, so negative contacts. So if you go to the communities, you can see where the kind of where all the calls for service are. So Cumberland has kind of the bulk of them, then Black Creek, and then it goes down to Hornby. And those are kind of the numbers we have for this quarter. It doesn't show the whole number, but you can see where we go. When it fluctuates up and down, there's no correlation to what it is. It just depends on what type of service calls we have. Traffic files. So traffic files are down, which is good again. So a lot of decreases in files. I just want to make a point of reference. File count goes down. It doesn't mean necessarily the nature of the files are any different. So the type of more serious files are still there, but the more nuisance calls and the traffic complaints are the priority 3s and 4s, which I've explained in the past, are down. But the more serious calls are being more, there's more of those. And we spent a lot of time on the administrative side of when we charge people, we're dealing with Crown reports and requests for disclosure. So that takes an enormous amount of time for our members, so it takes them off the front lines. So you can see by the numbers, traffic stats are down. We're just going to go on to the break and enter files. Again, very insignificant for the community, and this is across the whole Comox Valley. These type of files have gone down, and part of that is we've dealt with a lot of prolific offenders. We manage them quite well, and we do get these people before the courts, and it's up to the courts to decide if they get jail time or if they get released on bail conditions. Theft from motor vehicles, again, that is a couple more, but 3 is, to us, is not a significant number. 3 extras in a quarter, that's minimal. So we kind of deal with that. And then trafficking files with the new legislation, that's a whole new kettle of fish, I'd like if I could say that. So now with the 2.5 grams, when people are allowed, trafficking is totally different. So we have to go through a whole new process. So we're working through that. That's new legislation, so it takes time. But we have a dedicated, our street crimes team. They deal with prolific offenders, they deal with the drug offenses. So we are trying to manage that. But with that new legislation, it's more challenging to get those kind of charges forward. And finally, assault files. And these are sex assault files, and there's 4 more. I don't know what the correlation with that is, but that has increased a little bit. That's just in the quarter. But you can see the reporting lines. There's a lot of zeros up there, which is a good thing. It all depends on what the time of day is and what's happening out there with the community. So overall, very good stats. Things are looking on a downtrend for a number of files, but the serious files are still kind of remaining, and we're trying to manage those. So that's kind of the stats. And then the second part of the agenda is the community priorities. I know I sent this to Russell, and the regional district agreed to 5 the priorities. The priorities, the second sheet I sent you. No difference, so I can read them. Number 1 is organized crime, which is drug trafficking. Number 2 is property-related offenses. Number 3 is traffic, which is road safety. Number 4 is crime reduction, prolific offenders. And number 5 is police community relations, collaboration with the CBRD emergency planning services. So we're already working on number 5. We have Sergeant Brennan and Constable Curtis going to the planning committees, engaged with that. And we'll try and keep that going. So we're part of that process, and we are part at the table for the planning. The other initiatives just need to be signed off. If you agree to them, you get them back to me, and then that's kind of our reporting lines for the next fiscal year for the quarterly stats. Some of the other processes are going on. Seasonal policing for Denman and Hornby is up and running again. That will start in May, end of May, and that'll run till September. We secure accommodation with fire chief for the year. We are looking at I should be on the island next week to look at the detachment to get renovation. So we actually have permanent accommodation for members. So when we go over there, we have a place to stay. So that's on the agenda for next week, and hopefully that can get off the ground. That'll give us a little bit more presence there in the storefront. Other seasonal policing is for the parks and lakes. That's up and running. I think that's been approved by the regional district. And then we have the downtown core initiative that we're kind of working with. So we'll have enhanced policing in the downtown core to help the business community and the community in the whole. So that's going to take up resources. Overall, our resources are kind of steady. We do have some issues with other, just people that are off with injuries and stuff. So that's just the nature of the job. We will try and staff everything the best we can with the seasonal policing initiatives and the requirements for frontline policing. But bear in mind that the wildfire season's up and running, and we're already getting asks to send members to Alberta and to northern BC. So once the province starts initiating that through the contract, we'll have to send resources to that as well. So for us, the summers are usually challenging, the staff front line, but we will do our very best to keep that going. So I can open up for questions.
Director Narber.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Inspector Curvers, for coming again this year. And yeah, I'm still supporting of the priorities that we developed last year. I think they still reflect well on the concerns we hear in the rural areas, but also in the core areas. So I'll have maybe one or two questions. Well, first of all, just feedback. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, I'm on the board, and we've been advocating for the government to cover the retroactive costs on the RCMP. And we learned at March 31st that effort failed. So we've changed our tack now. We're just going to simply ask the government for local government across Canada to be better included in future negotiation prior to ratification. So I don't know if we'll have success with that one either, but we'll try. Really appreciate all the work you do. I have a question, something that's a bit of a hot topic. Even I was reading the paper this week, the mayor of Kamloops and the mayor of Kelowna. They were commenting, and you made some comments on that, on the decriminalization. And there's a number of municipalities that have attempted to bring legislation around no open use in parks and the rest of that. Now, I think those mayors are calling on the province to create a policy around that. So I don't know if you have early feedback. I realize that this is all fairly new, but if there's early feedback around what you're seeing on the ground in terms of whether things have worsened or whether things are more relaxed out there, or if you have any feedback for us, because I'm sure we'll get dragged into some of those debates as elected officials.
Yeah, it's frustrating for the frontline officers to kind of manage this with the open use and the 2.5 grams people are allowed. Just imagine we have to arrest somebody and then we confiscate their drugs. Then when we release them, we have to give it back. So that's a real frustrating point for us. And if they happen to use their drugs as soon as they leave our back door, we're on the hook. If they have a seizure or any kind of medical distress moment, we're on the hook for an investigation under the IIO, which is the Independent Office of Investigations. That's frustrating for us. We're learning to adapt, but it's legislation. I know communities are trying to get bylaws and that, but that's against, right now, it's against the civil liberties to do that. So it's a huge wall, let's say. Other than that, yeah, it's just, it kind of affects how we can enforce things, because it used to be our measure of how we can deal with people. If we can take away their drugs, they kind of got a little bit of compliance. Now we can't take that stuff away anymore. So we have to use different methods to try and get compliance.
Great, thank you. And one additional one on the same topic. We've had the priority around, there's the user part, which obviously there's a whole host of other contexts and conditions for those individuals. Some of them really struggle in life and have mental health issues. So that's one of the priority is on the criminal side aspect. Mm-hmm. Like I think last year, the year before you updated, we're still a bit peripheral in terms of the level of criminal activity, but we still see quite a bit of drugs in the valley. So do you have any update on that trend, whether we're having success at suppressing the flow a little bit, or if it's just like an ocean and it just keeps rushing in?
We don't have the gang component of the big high level drug dealers in the community. We have medium to low level, and our teams are usually pretty good at managing those. But again, for trafficking, there's a whole different process, and it's not just seeing a one-time handoff. We need to gather the evidence. We have to present the evidence, and then it's got to go to Crown for charge approval. Let's please, we don't have that ability. We can present all the evidence of our case, and then Crown decides whether it's going to be charge approval or not. But it is a challenge. We don't have the Vancouver or the Victoria and Nanaimo issues. We kind of manage that as best we can. We do have projects that we do on, drug traffickers, and we're trying to manage that. And a lot of the drug trafficking it's kind of tied into our prolific offenders and to our repeat offenders. So you take one person out of the equation, there's a downtrend, because a lot of files are generated by one person. So when you see it downtick in files, it's because one person's either being arrested and spending a few months in jail. And then when they come back, obviously it starts up again. But yeah, there are challenges to that. We do our best and yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add one thing. It's like the enforcement is just one aspect of the equation. And so we're obviously aggressively pursuing that. And I think it's kind of encouraging. This is a top of mind issue for a lot of municipalities and regional districts. And it seems the tone is changing to increase the, mental health and addiction services. So you have that. So I think, the three working together, will trend. I'm not sure if we'll ever stop the drug trade, because it just seems like another drug pops up when you sort of stifle another one. And, it's a real issue. I don't think it'll ever end per se, but hopefully we can do it to address the people that are having difficulties in life and vulnerable people that are addicted, increase the services with that. And then we try to go after the drug dealers to prosecute, because that's where with the exemption, that's where our enforcement opportunities are with the traffickers, investigating the trafficking offenses rather than the simple possession offenses. And I think it's also worth mentioning that there's virtually no charges for simple possession have been approved in BC, and I don't know how long. So it wasn't really, it's effectively was decriminalized already.
And to point out that that mental health component there, we spend a lot of time with the mental health component when we have contacts with individuals. If I remember correctly, a stat last year, we had well over 600 calls for mental health files. That's like 2 a day for our frontline officers. We have very good connection with our crisis nurse program. That's a very, very good program we keep running. We have the ability to get individuals to proper care. So our objective is not to charge everybody. It's to get people in those circumstances the right care. Do you agree?
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Mike. I guess in hindsight, all the troubles that we used to think were troubles have paled by comparison to what we're facing today. I mean, I'm looking over there at Kip, probably remembers in the old days when you had to be 21 years old in BC to buy a beer. And, the worst thing that could happen would be pulled over by the cops and they take your case of beer away. Now, of course, that they look like minor problems by comparison. I guess my point, how is this affecting the frontline officers? How is this affecting retention in the force, attraction and retention in the force? You guys are the first line point of contact in a lot of scenarios. And I would like to, if you could tell me what kind of counseling and is available for the members, because it must be horrendous what they see. I mean, you guys see the worst of things anyway, but with the uptick on all the overdoses and everything, I can't see it not affecting the morale.
Yeah, we have with the Police Federation has kind of taken over that role, but we have peer-to-peer. We have all the facilities that members need, like psychology services, any kind of medical services. That's all available. Just to give you an example, individuals that are looking at serious files, horrific images of scenes and that, they're required to go to see a psychologist every 6 months. So we have that mechanism in place that we take care of our members. Good thing is when people come from Valley, they don't want to leave. So they're happy here. So for us, that's a good thing. We do have turnover, and that's usually the younger members that come and have been here 4 or 5 years. They want to try something different. They want to get to a plainclothes position, or they want to go to like the dog handler, or whatever they want. They have to go somewhere else to get that experience. For the most part, people are really good here. We have mechanisms in place. We talk to them. We talk to the members. Every time we have a critical incident, we have a debrief, and we bring a psychologist in to run that for us. So there's all sorts of processes for that for us, and that's the side of it.
And And the guys of the force, of course, being guys, our tendency is not to talk about things, to shove things. So you really kind of have to draw them out a little bit. I know the fire departments have worked really hard at this as well, right? So, you know, I think, you know, as far as the appreciation that the public should have for the frontline workers and the police and fire services. I mean, it's pretty horrendous what you guys are going through. One other question though, not publicly known, I think, is the fact that the police cannot lay charges in BC. It's only the Crown can lay the charges.
That's correct.
You say you can collect all the evidence and what have you, but it's up to the Crown. Well, if you can be candid in any way, do you think the Crown is still keeping a reasonable amount of charges out there, or the feeling I think on the ground is that they kind of like step back, or not given up, but slow down on a lot of it. You talk about the revolving door, you know, some repeat offenders. So if you can speak to that in any way, not to put you on the spot.
I'll try to tag team it a little bit. There's a couple standards. There's a likelihood of conviction, and there's available evidence to kind of prosecute or relay a charge. So if there's evidence and there's just not enough, public interest is another one. So there's a couple standards measures they use: public interest, likelihood of conviction. So they look at those measures when they look at every file, and they have to go through the check sheet and kind of go through the process and see if it's going to meet those standards. We may have the evidence, and if it doesn't meet the public interest threshold, a lot of times you'll get a stay of proceedings, which means it's still on the record and it still shows up for later on, but there's just no charge approval. So,
yeah, and I'll also add that we locally here have a very good relationship with the Crown Council, the regional Crown Council, and there's a high level of communication between us and them on a daily basis. And it's actually works fairly well to deal with some of the issues. Of course, there are still certain files that you disagree on, but at least the open door of communication is there, and they can fully explain why they made the decision they did. And I'll also add that any sort of larger issue, there's a police Crown consultative committee at the provincial level, which things can get advanced. And, you know, I think some of the bail reform things that you see in the news are coming from those kind of committees. So there's a few layers to that, but yeah, very good relationship with the Crown Council here.
I'd just like to add that we have good relationships with all our partners, like parole, probation, the Ministry of Child and Welfare. So we have people in those groups, and we communicate, and the school district, can't leave them out. But we deal with all those partners regularly, and when there's issues that arise, we get together and we have roundtables and we try and come to a solution.
Don't forget restorative justice.
Yes, number one on the list.
Thanks, Inspector Gervers, for the presentation. Vote on receipt. All in favor? Carried. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Thank you for your service.
Who has signing authority for Russell? So just pass that down. You can just fire it back to me. That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to move the minutes of the REC Advisory Planning Commission for April 20th.
Second. Well, presentation?
No, Mr. Chair, simply for receipt.
Okay. So vote on receipt. All in favor? Carried. Item 3.
Move 3.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm pleased to introduce Brian Chow, who will be introducing this staff report and I believe the next one, numbers 3 and 4. Brian?
Okay, so through the Deputy CEO to the Chair and committee members, the first file is a rezoning application. The subject property is located at Oyster River Way in the Saratoga Beach area. The lot is approximately 3.5 hectares in size and is within the settlement node of the RGS and OCP designation. It's currently zoned Country Residential 1. This property was created as a remainder lot in a 2019 subdivision. In March 2021, the applicant submitted a subdivision proposal to further subdivide this property into 8 lots, ranging from 0.4 to 0.45 hectares in size. As the minimum lot area in the Country Residential 1 zone is 2 hectares, a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment, being a rezoning application, is required to facilitate this subdivision proposal. Staff recommends that First Nations and agency referrals for this application be initiated. Once this process is complete, comments will be presented to the board for consideration of the next steps. In addition, the board is recommended to authorize staff to begin discussions with the applicant on the voluntary contribution of community amenity contribution in accordance to Section 72 of the Official Community Plan and CVRD Board Policy number 68. Community amenity contributions can play a role in offsetting the impact of increased density in a neighborhood. This policy guides discussions between CVRD staff and applicants seeking to make a volunteer offer of the community amenity contributions. So in summary, staff is asking board to authorize staff to have this discussion with applicant on their voluntary contribution of the community amenity contribution. The agent, Kip Keelock, is in attendance to answer any questions the committee members may have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Did the agent want to come up and provide a couple of comments in regards to the application?
Thank you for seeing me here today, Mr. Chair and directors. As Brian had excuse me, noted, this application has been in for 2 years now. We were encouraged at the start of the subdivision of the work we did in phase 1 to look at densifying this property. So it was felt that this remaining area was the best location to create these 1 acre approximately lots. And that's what we've done. We've submitted, we've listened to advice from VHA. We've listened to advice, of course, from our planners. And therefore the application that we have in is in your hands.
Thanks. Do we have any questions from directors? Director Reeve.
Thanks. Through the chair to Kip, this will be on the Black Creek Oyster Bay water system then?
I believe so.
Okay.
I know that we had approval for these 8 lots somewhat prior to it was included.
Moratorium.
Correct. Yes.
Moratorium.
Yeah.
Crematorium.
Forgive me, Brian, am I correct in saying it's in that water district?
Yeah, so it's exempt from the, otherwise we have to wait September even to talk about it. Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
Director Arbour.
Yeah, thanks. I do like 1 acre lots. They tend to be a nice size to actually manage, but also be productive if you so wish. I have a question to either staff or the applicant. The little paragraph on the community amenity contribution. Is there any inkling as to what the applicant may have in mind or staff? I know we have a fairly more analysis around the link to the housing needs assessment, and I kind of agree with those paragraphs. But I'm just wondering on the CAC if it would take the form of what, because there's many ways to contribute, and I don't know if there's anything in the cooker that the community might like to hear.
If I may, Director, I'd like to at least offer where we have been talking up to date. There doesn't seem to be need for a park because there's a large park in behind the property that joins with the school. So there was conversation about redoing or looking at park, which didn't seem to be of interest to the regional district at the time, the planning department. One of the things that we've entertained that is, it's related, but it's certainly not directly Comox Valley Regional District related, was the paving of the road that goes right out to Miracle Beach Drive. So there could be discussions on that now where it's not the responsibility of ourselves to pave that section, yet it would close that loop now and all that area would be paved for all those residents in the area. Perhaps I could, through the director, ask if our planners have any further comments. Sorry, through the chair, forgive me. Right?
Yeah, okay. So through the Deputy CEO to the chair and committee members. So first of all, policy 68 give staff some guidance in terms of the 3 criteria for community amenity contributions. If I can just summarize those 3 kind of concepts. The contribution should be linking between what the offer as proposed by the applicant and what the community in question is supposed to receive. It should be proportionate to the scale of development. And the third is that it should be relatively have equity with other CACs that have been done in the past. So those are the 3 criteria. In terms of answering the questions, what the anchorings could be, there are opportunities for, say, trails, say, to the school from the cul-de-sac, as well as the fire services department would like to put something forward, but that's again to be negotiated and discussed with the applicant on their voluntary offer and contribution. And staff will certainly bring whatever we negotiate and discuss before the committee and the board, and it will be presented definitely prior to and at the public hearing so that the community can have a say in those as well, Mr. Chair.
Edwin.
Oh, yeah, so that's what I recollect too. We were talking about the trail for to the school for the kids. So to connect that through as well. Okay. We'll see how that plays out. Thank you.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, so thank you for the openness both to the applicant and staff in talking about this. I remember we had, I don't know if it's been developed now, but we had an application for subdivision on Schultz Road, and we were looking at access to the school via Schultz Road. Is there an existing, sorry, I could go through the package, but probably staff knows it after. Is there an access between Schultz Road and Oyster River Way, or there isn't an existing one?
Okay, through the Deputy CEO to the Chair and Director Arbor. Yes, the subdivision at Schultz Road, as you may remember, went through rezoning and a subsequent subdivision. What the applicant offered were the extension of the regional park that extends all the way to Schultz Road. So that provides kids and parents to walk to the school from the northern part of the school, and also there are opportunities for a future trail along the eastern edge to extend the trail that the park services have been working hard towards. So there's at least 2 ways to get to school through the rezoning of a different applicant at Schultz Road.
Thank you, and thanks, Chair. My only feedback would be when this comes back, if I'm always in support of trail and connectivity between neighborhoods and places, especially around schools. But I'm also curious about the paving option. So maybe we'll see a couple of options when this comes back. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kip. We'll vote on receipt of the report. All in favor? Carried.
Move recommendation. Second.
So vote. Do we vote on, sorry, having a tough day here today with the microphone. Vote on recommendation. All carried. Thank you. Motion to receive the next report. Thank you. Brian?
Oh, sorry. And thanks, Mr. Chair. Again, over to Brian Chow, our planner, for introducing the staff report.
All right, okay. Okay, I will proceed then. Okay, see the Deputy CEO to the Chair and committee members. For this application is a site-specific exemption to the floodplain bylaw application. The property is located at 3849A Marine Drive, and it's approximately 0.09 hectares in size, and it's currently zoned residential 1. The proposal is for a single detached dwelling and related projects such as a driveway and septic system. As per bylaw 600, being Comox Valley Floodplain Management Bylaw, any construction of new habitable space within 100 meters of the sea requires an engineer to confirm the flood construction level and the floodplain setback for the year 2100 in order to account for sea level rise. For the subject property, the owner's engineer has prescribed a 2100 flood construction level of 5.6 meter geodetic, which is the vertical measurement, and the applicant is able to meet by raising the elevation of the habitable space of the proposed dwelling. Secondly, the applicant's engineer has identified the 2100 year floodplain setback to be approximately 120 meters from the present natural boundary of the sea, resulting in no building envelope on the property. The engineers recommended a reduced setback of 35 meters from the present natural boundary, provided that the recommendations contained in the report are followed. The engineers confirmed that the land is considered safe for the intended use, being a single detached dwelling. The staff supports the approval of this site-specific exemption to the floodplain bylaw, provided that the engineer's report is registered to the land title as a Section 219 covenant. One of the conditions is for a post-development report to ensure all mitigation measures are implemented. The agent, Jim Zeros, sorry for that. He's in attendance to answer any questions you may have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Do we have the applicant? Did you want to come up and provide any comments?
Don't get off easy. Come on. I'm not after you, Ed. Any questions?
Director Robert.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I guess we passed the floodplain bylaw in 2020, and there's so many of our properties that are affected by that, and the trend around building on the ocean. And I want to first recognize that that's not going to be an easy situation for anyone. So I appreciate the steps that are being taken here by staff and the applicant to look at building on this property. And I'm wondering if the applicant, because it doesn't come across as much in the text, it talks a lot. Our report mostly talks about liability, and it talks a lot about how local government is basically passing on all the liability to the homeowner, essentially, in terms of future risk. And so I think everyone is going into these with their eyes open, and that's admirable in a way. I'm just wondering if you can give a little bit as a builder what your experience of this has been in terms of building to under this new kind of bylaw, you know, building a floodplain, and what you've had to do in regards to the design of the home and otherwise. Because I'll ask that to every applicant, looking for feedback on how things are going, especially right on the seashore like that.
I'll be really nice to you guys. The frustrating process is we
we live even in, I've heard the water stuff, the construction stuff. It's kind of sad that provincial government is telling everybody what color the car they got to drive and what size house they have to have. And they brain with a bunch of people and decide that their mandate is we're going to do this. And they pass it on for local governments to deal with it. And then the local governments try to deal with it and comply with it. And then find out that when they're dealing with the real clients and the builders or the developers, that the customer's paying for all of this. And I would want to be more intuitive for people when they take on these new challenges, that before you hurry to take on a new government mandate, do a little bit of studying and have a plan in place that something like this should have only taken maybe 3 or 4 months. But because everything gets passed back and forth between lawyers and our engineers on the right way to write it, it takes a long process. And at that time, if you're the homeowner, you have no house you're living in, your stuff's in storage, you're waiting for banks to go, when are you building this? It's very difficult. And I know on the other side, I sit on boards. I understand where you guys are. I understand where the engineers are, but we try to make a team that when we take something on, that we have a little bit more of a plan and process, that we're always thinking of the people coming in. And hopefully on this lesson, and Brian's been really good, he still has his hair over this too, but I just don't want to see people spending the money, because we're talking thousands of dollars and we're not talking about time. Where are we living, what's going on? This doesn't have to happen. And I just want to be able to work through CHBA as well as what we're doing in the company to make sure that when we're adapting the new changes that are happening in the province, that we can simplify stuff and maybe get stuff resolved a little bit quicker. So the more important issues that take more time, that we can focus on them more. Other than that, that's all I got to say.
Director Green.
Geez, I've never heard of that before. That's why you're so white, Ed. My question was, first of all, good on you with the patience you need. I know that talking to people in the trades, and you are representing the BC home builders, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a known fact. All you can do is just keep raising the awareness of us poor mortals here as to the challenges and the mental health challenges that are associated with all that. We were just talking about the RCMP a minute ago. My question is, and I guess I know the answer, that I guess this house is going to have to put in a high price septic system just before the sewer pipe comes in, right?
Again, another topic is they have a good plan and the client spends for all of this money for the flood. And I'm still trying to understand, there is no septic system down there to allow when that water comes up. How are they going to live in it anyhow? So we spent all this time, all this money that we're trying to design a house for them to live in the floodplain, and there is no adequate septic system in that area to deal with it right now. I know there's future stuff coming on, but now the client's going to be paying for a septic system that probably in 2, 3, or 4 years is going to have to disconnect and then rehook up into what you guys are going to provide.
I think we're looking at what, a 5-year grace period or something right now. Yeah, so at least they can use it for 5 years. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, you're a builder, you know that nothing ever goes according to plan. You know, you're dragging the drywall over the brand new floor. You know, I mean, it's just the trades come when they can get there. And yeah, so I mean, it's not much difference here. Thanks.
So not seeing any more questions. Do we want to vote on receipt of the report? All in favor? Carried. The recommendation. Second. Thank you. So vote on recommendation. All carried. Thank you. Sorry, all in favor? Carried. All right, motion to receive the next report. Development permit areas review.
So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm pleased to introduce Dylan Thiessen, our policy and planning analyst. And Dylan will be presenting this report and supported by Robin and Amanda if there are questions that come up. Dylan.
Good morning. Thank you for that introduction, James. Through the Deputy CAO to the Chair and Directors. Just a very quick overview and reminder, local governments are authorized by Section 488. Thank you. Of the Local Government Act to designate certain development permit areas or DPAs, and the designation of a DPA will help achieve certain objectives as outlined in the LGA. These can include the protection of the environment, protection of development from hazardous conditions, and protection of farming, among several others. Currently, all DPA information for the CVRD is within our official community plan. And while staff are proposing changes to some DPAs, a large part of the proposed amendments are to move these DPA guidelines as well into the zoning bylaw. So on August 8th, staff introduced these proposed amendments, most of which focus on the most commonly triggered development permit areas. Those for eagle nests, heron nests, aquatic and riparian habitat, shoreline protection device, and steep slopes. These guidelines or requirements for these DPAs are not increasing. Rather, their purpose for the designation and the justification have been expanded, and again, the guidelines are being moved to the zoning bylaw. This will help streamline the guidelines and enhance enforcement options. 2 amendments are also now being proposed that were not included at the time of introduction. These minor amendments will add exemptions from the requirements to the Mount Washington Mixed Use DPA and the Union Bay Highway Tourism Commercial DPA to offer more flexibility to applicants and streamline applications. Aside from the development permit areas, there's also text amendments around temporary use permits. And these are proposed so that their issuance can also be considered in settlement node land use designations, where currently that is not possible. With last August's staff report, the board also endorsed the external agency and First Nations referral list. The First Nations and most external agencies indicated that they had no comments or that their interests remain unaffected by the proposed amendments. Staff did receive supportive comments from the Ministry of Land, Water, and Resource Stewardship, as well as the advisory planning commissions. And the town of Comox submitted several comments and suggestions as well, some of which we were able to incorporate, such as a requirement for an engineer to account for climate change and base their analysis on a specified 1 in 200 year storm event when designing rain and stormwater management devices. For next steps, staff are recommending that the board grant the proposed bylaws first and second reading and schedule a public hearing in accordance with Local Government Act requirements. Staff will report back to directors with additional amendments to the form and character DPA guidelines for consistency, as well as explore possible DPA options to address water conservation and the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and further explore delegation of authority to approve DPAs to streamline the application process. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on the project, and Amanda Yazinski, Senior Manager of Building and Bylaw Compliance, is with me as well to answer any questions specifically on the enforcement aspect.
Victor Harbour?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Dylan, and the staff that have worked on this. That's a long report, sorry, I'm scrolling. Yeah, so I mean, it's actually quite a few number of things that we're looking to implement here, including the sort of streamlining around there, the eagle and heron nests into a single DPA. The steep slope to move building from 7.5 meters to 15 meters. I really agree with that. 45 feet, that seems to make good sense. The Union Bay Tourism Highway, I have a question about how many residential lots are affected, well, won't be effective now that we're providing the exemption. I could look at a map too, but if you have it on top of your head. Mount Washington, I didn't delve into, but I was interested to see, yeah, both the town of Comox and actually the city of Courtenay as well responded with some comments and saying that they're looking to maybe do similar things. But can you summarize the town of Comox? You just mentioned it briefly, but what the comment was and where it might come from in regards to our proposed bylaw.
I can, yeah. Thank you for that question, Director Arbor. Through the Deputy CAO to the Chair and Director Arbor, I briefly went over the two suggestions they had that we were able to incorporate. The town of Comox, all of their comments and suggestions really focused on rainwater management and ability to control localized flooding in certain situations. So there were, I'll briefly mention the two comments that we weren't able to incorporate. One was to require an analysis of the cumulative impacts of development on rainwater runoff. And that would be looking at either maybe on a neighborhood or watershed scale, certainly beyond the subject property for the development in question, which poses some practical challenges. It is a difficult thing to track, and someone would have to track that, whether it's the applicant, staff, or the contractor or developer. And it would also result in a kind of first come, first served situation in which the first person to develop in an area, if we're looking at the cumulative impact, would face fewer restrictions than people that come afterwards. And another suggestion they had was determining pre-development flow rates of rainwater runoff based on 100% tree coverage on the property. So when a property owner prepares a rainwater management plan, they do so that they have certain devices like a rock pit or an infiltration gallery to mitigate the increased rainwater runoff caused by the proposed development and to maintain that pre-development runoff rate. Basing that on 100% tree coverage poses a difficulty because we only have the authority per the Local Government Act to require this for the actual development permit area. So in these cases, that's 30 meters from any water courses on or near the property. The vast majority of the time, there's a lot of property outside of these development permit areas that we wouldn't actually be able to include.
Thank you, if I may. That's interesting, the 100% pre-development, which is, the tree. I'm sure Mosaic would say there's no difference between that tree and. But in regards to thinking about future ramifications of that, there's obviously a lot of development plan in my area, and there's some that has already occurred. Like if I think about places like off of Gartley Road and up the hill, and so people are conscious of that. And I have a question, like two questions. One is, will this bylaw equally apply to subdivisions and also strata? So will it apply across the board for any types of development? And second, we have talked about a tree retention bylaw, especially in light of the climate trend. So would that be an additional tool that we could look at in the future to strengthen some of that rainwater management and stormwater management?
Thank you very much for that follow-up question, Director Arbor. Through the Deputy CAO and the Chair. Yes, sorry, I was just remembering your first question. The guidelines would apply to all private property if there's any development occurring within that 30-meter buffer. And again, for this particular development permit area, development is actually just land alteration. It doesn't have to be the construction of a building. So if a property owner is planning to remove trees or do any kind of significant landscaping within that 30 meters, because staff recognize, of course, that even just the removal of vegetation and trees can impact rainwater management, that would trigger the involvement of a professional in the development permit. I believe Robin wanted to touch on your second question.
Through the Deputy CEO to Director Arbor, in regards to looking at tree protection under the tool of the DPA, we have been exploring this, but regional districts have limited authority when it comes to tree protection. The LGA authorizes regional districts to establish tree protection bylaws, but only in hazardous areas. And this predates the development permit area tool. So essentially what it does is it creates an additional layer. They replicate one another. So in recent conversations with other regional districts, we have been exploring other tools that we could use that would help us to protect the tree canopy. One of those that we are looking at is a natural assets inventory, the mapping of that. So it's currently something that we're exploring. We don't have a lot of information yet. It's just something that we're looking at, essentially taking on to the work that we would be doing for a GHD inventory, like researching better LiDAR data sets. So we'd be using this to create a better understanding of our natural assets, and then possibly using that to look at developing a development permit area. And this would be considered as a part of the second piece of work. Yeah.
Did you want to follow up, Daniel, for Edwin?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be really short. Would it be possible to come back to this committee in the future with more information on that? Because ahead of, like, for example, the later stages of Union Bay Estates and all that, I realized those could be very consequential to how we go about developing land. And so when you talk about natural asset approach and a DPA, this would not just be for hazardous or the 30 buffer. It could apply to entire areas. Is that correct?
I think our powers would still be limited to what would be captured through the development permit area. We're looking at what other regional districts are doing. So it's still early days in terms of us knowing what the extent of that designation could be. We are planning to include this as a part of the second piece of, as we complete the rest of the DPAs, we would be looking at this. It's just one of the tools that we've heard is being explored by other regional districts. Yeah, we could report back with more information when we know, though.
Great.
Thank you. Well, I guess we'll see once it goes out and comes back what we actually have. And of course, we do realize that every time we write or rewrite a bylaw, there's always the unforeseen consequences, circumstances we didn't anticipate. First question, combining freshwater and coastal DPAs. Well, in one instance, the freshwater shorelines are receding and the saltwater shorelines are increasing. So it seems like they're two totally different things. So what is the economy of putting them together?
Thank you, Director Grieve. Through Deputy CAO and the chair, respectfully to Director Grieve, I think you've got that backwards. We have the aquatic and riparian habitat DPA currently, and we're proposing to separate them into freshwater and coastal. So part of that benefit
I misread that.
Yeah, that's okay. Part of the benefit of separating them is that, like you said, those two types of waters have very different types of hazards associated with them in terms of developing near them, and that allows those distinctions to come forward. And then just as a quick point, we do currently have a shoreline protection device development permit area that is quite specific in intent, and that's going to be combined with the coastal DPA.
Yeah, freshwater, we have to save every drop. The other one was around TUPs. Can you explain to me what the significant difference is on TUPs?
Absolutely. Thank you again for that question through the Deputy CAO and the chair. Temporary use permits, as you may or may not know, basically allow a private property owner to apply for something that will allow them to use their property in a way that the current zoning bylaw does not allow. And our land is all divided by land use designations within the regional growth strategy. So right now, most of those land use designations have a policy and they're allowing staff to bring forward TUP applications and allowing the board to consider their approval, with the exception of the settlement node. So that's just been a missing gap for quite some time, and this would help fill that in, allowing those property owners to apply for a TUP.
And there'll still be 3 years with a 3-year option.
Yeah.
And then you can look at rezoning if
correct.
Okay. I'm just thinking about a recent development in my area. Thank you.
Not seeing any more questions or comments. You'll want to vote on receipt. All in favor?
One second.
All in favor? Carried. All in favor? Carried. Now, do we want to take a little lunch break?
One more.
Okay, so move to the fire service review. Thank you. We're inviting Tim up. Sure. Come on up, Tim. Ding, 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 ding.
And Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to introduce Bruce Green. I believe Bruce is on the line, and Bruce is our regional rural fire chief, and we'll introduce Tim Ply and this presentation. So Bruce, if you're online, over to you.
I believe I'm here. Can you hear me, James?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay. So through the deputy CEO to the chair and the directors, in 2012, the regional district underwent an administrative review, which changed the way we delivered fire service in the regional district, and it was for the better moving forward. In 2022 in June, we decided with new legislation that maybe passed down the joining of the Union Bay Fire Department to the regional district might be a good time to redo another review, and we hired Tim Ply and Associates to perform that review, and would like to introduce Tim Ply today to give you the highlights of the review that he completed for us.
Welcome, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking this before lunch. I've got a brief presentation, and I'll be as brief as I can, and then respond to any questions that you might have. As Chief Green mentioned, we were retained to undertake a fire services review. The most recent one having been done in 2012. This worked well this morning. Button on the side, thanks. We'll get there. There we go. Thank you. In terms of scope of service, scope of work, the CPRD asked us to review recent changes in the fire service sector and summarize changes that are anticipated to arise in the near future and consider those factors in our review. The CPRD asked us to review best fire services practices in other regional districts or regional jurisdictions. And we were asked to make recommendations or report findings to help with the governance and provision of fire protection services over the next 5 to 10 years. And as mentioned, our report is extensive. I apologize for the length of it. It's a complicated topic. As part of our review, we reviewed a range of documents and met in communities with fire chiefs and society representatives. And we met with a number of CVRD staff. We undertook a benchmark survey of practices in other regional districts. And we met with a number of fire chiefs from neighboring departments, from local municipalities and Campbell River as well, and Ships Point. We found that the current state included that the recommendations from the 2012 report had largely been completed and very effectively. I'll say that the CVRD has done a lot of heavy lifting in terms of their governance of fire services, and that was reflected in our review. And in our experience working around the province, we would say you are one of the leaders in terms of progressive governance and leadership of fire services. And we would encourage you to stay on that course. The retirement of a long-serving manager of fire services presented some questions and opportunities with regard to what the path forward might look like. And the timing was right relative to the 2012 report to create a new set of recommendations and set a new path forward. So in terms of risks or vulnerabilities, and I'll fly over these fairly quickly in the interest of time. In 2014, a new minimum training standard was established for firefighters, and CPRD has been responding to that. The standard sets 3 levels of fire service, and
the governing body, the authority having jurisdiction, has to determine the level of service, and you have done that. And there's a growing requirement for record management, especially in training, but in all manner of records to do with fire services. And there's a fair bit of risk mitigation involved in that. And WorkSafe BC has begun to pay more attention to the fire services. So there's a growing cluster of work around records management under the banner of fire administration. You're likely aware that the Fire Safety Act is about to land, we think, this year, and a new Fire Safety Act is reported to include the obligation for regional governments to conduct regular fire inspections and investigate the causes of fire. So those may be services that you'll be required to provide in the near future, and we're not sure yet what that looks like. There is a new Emergency Program Act also pending, and that may land in the fall with regulation to follow. And that will certainly change the way local governments address emergency management, and that will have basis spill over into your fire group as well. Climate change, just in the news this week, we're seeing wildfire in Alberta. Fire season started in the north already, and wildfire is changing, and it's climate related, and it looks like it's not going away. And we are all having to respond to what that looks like, especially in interface communities. And some societal changes, especially in fire, around recruitment and retention of volunteers. People just don't volunteer like they used to, and they don't volunteer for the same reasons. And without judgment, it's just a different world. And as local governments, we need to be responsive to what are people's needs, and what are our needs, and how do we attach those? How do we connect those two? So there are some opportunities in those vulnerabilities, and you're well positioned to advantage those. While the multiple fire departments and fire service areas managed by the CVRD, or with that multitude, there's an economy of scale opportunity to centralize a number of administrative support services. And again, you're well positioned to do that. And I can speak to some specifics in a few minutes. But they include general fire administration with a growing demand for record keeping, and some things like recruitment and retention of volunteers, fleet maintenance, equipment maintenance. There's a number of things that on the administrative side can be centralized. Our report outlines an opportunity as well to consolidate fire departments in the south of the regional district, and there may be emerging consolidation opportunities in the north. We encourage that the regional district take a thoughtful approach to any conversations around consolidation and consider the needs of all the stakeholders. I wanted to show you some basically key data. It's somewhat outside the scope of the review, but it's helpful to look at the numbers. Especially for the board, I think these things impact you. You operate 5 fire departments, and there are calls for service in the second column from my left indicate that calls for service are not overly onerous for most of your fire departments. Oyster River at 431, and that's an annual average over 5 years. That out of 2 halls, Oyster River and Merville. You'll want to have your eye over the next 5 to 10 years on the expanding calls for service there, especially, and others, because the paid on call model can only sustain so many call outs per year, and getting to the 400 and 500 range is beginning to get to the challenging stage. And you can see that Oyster River serves 3,684 households, where others serve a much smaller stakeholder group. And there, as I mentioned, there are economies of scale to a service like this, and having a standalone small fire service area equates to a higher cost and challenges to recruitment and retention and equipping. And you can see the various rates on the right-hand side. Going forward, and this is very much a going forward visionary organization chart. And all of the squares in blue have, you've already got those positions filled. So you have the manager of fire services. Chief Green is I believe, acting in that role or filling that role right now. You have fire chiefs in all of the blue boxes, where South Comox Valley box in gray is indicated. There's actually 2 chiefs there now, Union Bay and Fanny Bay. And there's discussions about consolidation there. And if you were to go forward with that consolidated Union Bay and Fanny Bay, there would be one less fire chief reporting to the manager of fire services. The gray boxes are potential future positions. So that gray box is actually a consolidation of 2 existing positions. On the administrative assistant position, you do provide administrative assistant position or services to fire with a half full-time equivalent. And as the administrative demand grows over the years, you may be looking to you may look to increase that. So we want you to know that you may be well served by increasing that to a full-time position at some point in the future. If a Fire Safety Act is introduced and the regional district has to begin to provide fire inspection services, you may have to do that across the entire regional district, and you may want to in-house that with a fire prevention officer. There's some value in having your own fire prevention expertise in-house. That you can also provide some education and some fire investigation as well. But you will likely have options. The province may support, the province would likely let you contract that out to a municipality or a third party if you want. So you would have choices, but we've shown that on the draft org chart to have your eye on it. And lastly, the Fire Smart coordinator. The province has leaned in really heavily into the Fire Smart program to get local governments, we think, to get local governments prepared to be resilient to wildfire. And there's some very good grant funding opportunities in the Fire Smart program. You already have at the very lowest level of that org chart, you have Fire Smart liaison people, trained folks in all of your departments. And when we did the review last year, 2022, we didn't see that there was a coordinator in place. You could benefit from a coordinator centrally who would coordinate the efforts of all those folks in the field. Mr. Chair, thanks for your patience working through lunch. If there are any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Daniel?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Ply.
Ply.
Yeah, nice to meet you. And thanks for this really comprehensive report. I also want to acknowledge that in the audience, we have the president of the Ships Point Improvement District, Jackie Ainsworth, who looks after the Ships Point Fire Department. So yeah, a really good piece of work. And I do have a few comments or questions. First is, I think you're right in regards to the potential of the Fire Safety Act and that with the kind of demands that could put on local government. I know our chair was part of the UBCM table, so it might be good to get an update from her. We haven't heard much about that of late.
No.
So maybe it's gone quiet, and maybe that's a good thing. We'll find out. I don't know if so for the field directors here, that on background is they're really looking at local government to pick up, and correct me if I'm wrong, to pick up inspection services for buildings, and in our area it could be, in many areas it could be very significant and come at significant cost. I know the Fire Safety Act came in a number of years ago, and then they didn't move forward with it, but I think for rural areas it's a bit concerning what that could do to our budgets if this comes through. In regards to the Bain Sound portion, what you referenced to as the South Comox Valley in your report. Yeah, it's really timely because, I mean, later on in the agenda today, starting to consider a $2 million grant allocation to the new Union Bay Fire Hall, and the design and all those things I think are coming into play. I even have more questions that are not in the report, which, what will be the relationship, like how should we size that fire hall? If treaty goes through, we may end up with a huge community right beside that fire hall. So there's a lot to think through. And one aspect that was not covered in your report was, there was a 5 and the 8 kilometer map. And the question I asked a couple of years ago of our fire department is the question of Royston, which is currently serviced by the city of Courtenay and actually on contract with the Courtenay Improvement District.
Yes,
they have a special
one, I think, as well.
Yeah, and I was wondering, Royston is equidistant to the fire hall in Courtenay, and I had the question a couple of years ago as we looked to consolidate the south whether we should consider bringing the community of Royston under the Union Bay Fire Service. So a broader consolidation than what is even envisioned in the report. I don't know if that's something that you came across as a possibility.
We didn't, it's not referenced in the report. There is a reference in the report to the status quo being established over many years. And any envisioned changes should be, we recommend they be approached thoughtfully with consideration for all the stakeholders.
Yeah.
So Courtney and Comox, Courtney and Cumberland, I believe, and Comox provide service outside of their communities, and they likely have come to rely on the revenue from that, and they may have resourced themselves for that service as well. And with the shifting of boundaries and response capacity, those are all options. And I know the CVRC staff have their eye on that, and we would recommend that there be a very consultative approach taken before any decisions are made, including with Ships Point. Ships Point, we're very gracious when we met with them, and they are running a tight little operation there. When I say little, it's a small community, right? But there's a potential to service Union Bay, Fanny Bay, and Ships Point with 2 fire halls, and all 3 of those current fire halls are near the end of their serviceable life. So there seems an opportunity there to consolidate at least Union Bay and Fanny Bay, and if Ships Point was interested in being in that appears to make a lot of sense. And perhaps a repositioned Union Bay could respond further north, still provide service within the 8-kilometer distance, which is critical for fire underwriters and insurance benefits.
Absolutely. And I know the 8 kilometer is interesting because it doesn't account time.
Right.
You know, it's like because going from Union Bay to Fanny Bay is actually pretty fast driving, but if you're coming closer to the municipalities, you start to hit some red lights. In terms of and I agree, Ships Point is looking at their books. First year I joined, and they're pretty well managed, but I agree with you as well that if that conversation, we know that the province continues to have a policy of crushing improvement districts into their disappearance, and so we'll see how that evolves. But basically, if I have a takeaway today for the South, is you're saying it's a little bit when I was reading the report, I was reading it a little bit like up north, that Union Bay could be the main fire hall, and then you may end up with a bit like the Merville function, an auxiliary kind of thing that would be under one fire chief. So you may end. Am I reading that correctly? Or am I?
There's some benefits to having a multi-station department, one service area, or like a Merville situation. So there's, if nothing else, there's staffing opportunities. You don't need as many staff in a 2-station department as you would in 2 separate departments. So you would have a primary fire station and then satellite stations is the term. Merville is a satellite. And so they only need 10 firefighters. Whereas if they're a main fire hall, they would need 15 plus a fire chief.
Conceptually, I think that makes good sense.
So whether Union Bay or Fanny Bay or Ships Point was the primary location of the fire hall, that would be determined through consultation, I would say.
Thank you so much for a good piece of work, and I'm sure we'll keep plugging away at it in the future.
Thank you.
Edwin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I've already seen this show earlier on at the Black Creek Oyster Bay. So I guess the same concerns pretty well with unfunded directives from the provincial government. I spoke about Al Richmond when he was president of UBCM and how he pretty well single-handedly held off the province on the fire inspection service, but only hold them off for so long, I guess. And they end up winning in the end anyway. But yeah, and also, you know, the point you brought up about volunteerism, and I've been banging on that drum here for a while as well, because as I say, it's you only get out of your community what the people put into it, and it's a different world. I think I mentioned the fact that July 1st committee is down to 5 people. The Comox Valley exhibition AGM, I think they had about, well, not the AGM, the one after the AGM, they had 3 people turn up at the meeting. So I don't know how you can put on events like that with only 3 volunteers. So it is a conundrum, and you know, we're going to have to revisit the inability to pay a stipends or at least even traveling money for people on committees. It's good that they, at least the firefighters get paid for being on call and service. So, you know, we have to address that. It's just another ka-ching to the old tax base in here. But, you know, obviously these changes have to happen. I do applaud the progressive work that's gone on in the last 10 or 12 years. Mentioned the fact that at one point in time, Union Bay and Oyster River were using different breather apparatus. They were using different even hose connections, I understand. Maybe it was Cumberland, but they couldn't even hook up to each other's hoses. So, I mean, that made no sense at all. Now we actually go together on a lot of big purchases, and the little fire halls get the old trucks from the big fire halls and stuff like that. So, you know, I think any and every bit of cooperation we can encourage with our fire services in the Comox Valley is going to be a plus for the people in the end. So thank you very much for all your work. Great report, by the way.
Thank you.
Not seeing any more questions from the directors. Do you want to vote on receipt? All in favor? Carried. We move to recommendation. Second. Director Arbor.
Thanks. Prior to voting, maybe from Bruce or James or Doug, what will be our next steps in regards to this report? I mean, there's a number of findings and recommendations, but what would be the timeline for us to look at some of those governance option number one and otherwise some of the other findings?
Thanks for the question, Director Arbor. Attached to the report, we did create a chart of how we're going to approach these findings. So you should be able to, so there is a chart in there that will tell you how we're planning and timelines for when we're expecting to do some of those. And I think you'll notice that Union Bay, Fanny Bay one is top on the priority list.
Page 158, got it.
Any other questions? Comments? So vote on recommendation. All in favor? Carried.
Seeing as though we got Bruce on the line, are we going to go to item 8? Where is he?
Are we going to 8?
It's sort of the same thing.
So,
Okay, second.
okay. Is that the mutual aid? Are we doing mutual aid first? Is that where you want to do?
Mutual aid.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll go to item 7.
So Bruce, over to you. I think we're going to introduce number 7 here, the Fire and Rescue Services Agreement Mutual Aid Renewal.
Thank you. Through the Deputy CEO to the Chair and the Directors. Currently, we have a mutual aid agreement with all the fire departments in the Comox Valley Regional District, which includes the city of Courtenay, the town or the village of Cumberland, the town of Comox, and the city of Campbell River. That agreement is set to expire on May 10th of this year. So we're looking at just asking for permission to extend the agreement for another 5 years. The agreement allows all of our fire departments to request any of the mutual aid partners for assistance with any fire or response we need. It allows us to keep our costs down by utilizing Courtney's ladder trucks and members for the bigger fires. So for us, it's a great support. So with that, I open this up for questions.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. I saw that in action when we had the school fire in Hornby, and I think everybody was pretty thankful to have some of those mutual aid agreements in place. I just have a question. It doesn't seem to cover RDN and the Deep Bay Fire Department. Do we have a mutual aid agreement with that fire department?
Yes, we're Fanny Bay, Ships Point currently have a mutual aid agreement with Deep Bay. which is we're in the process of going through that renewal process as well. So that will be coming before the board later. The other one that will be coming before the board soon is the one we have with we have a memorandum of understanding with 19 Wing Comox to allow them to apply with us too, but that's because it's the federal government, they have to approach us, and that one is set to expire shortly. But it is like this one, a month-to-month continuing until we re-sign the agreement.
Okay, thanks very much.
Any other questions? So can we have a vote on receipt for report? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Votes. All in favor? Thanks. One of those days.
Move operational guidelines for the fire department.
All in favor?
Want to move it?
Yeah. Are we moving it?
Want to get one?
We got through this one and then we can probably get to it.
It'll be a full sandwich.
Yeah.
I think Bruce, over to you on this one as well. We're going to try for one more before the lunch break.
Okay, thank you through Deputy CEO to the chair and the directors. In 2020, we hired a consultant to create an operational guideline package for all the fire departments that are under the Comox Valley Regional District, which helps us make sure, like Director Grieve was talking about earlier, that our services are the same, we're providing the same, and we're making sure we're keeping all of our firefighters safe. One of the sections in that was as fire services develop and things change, we change operational guidelines, or we may bring in new operational guidelines, and was to, on a yearly basis, bring the new operational guidelines and updated ones to the board for their approval. And so I'm here today to ask for the approval of the 5 OGs in the report. The one from Fannie Bay about attendance to practice, another one from Fannie Bay about a first responder response, because that's a new service that Fannie Bay has started offering. Hornby Island, they have one about waiting for police, and Oyster River updated one for what we require on the drivers, and added engines on our response plans, engines 46, 48, and 49, which are the Mount Washington and Merville engines. So with that, I open it up to any questions.
Daniel.
Thanks. Just a brief one. This one has a fairly long history. So on Hornby, can you just tell us what the change will be in regard to response for police?
I think the one on Hornby Island was just they created a new OG to make sure that membership are aware that if for us it's wait for fives call comes in, what they're going to stipulate what they're going to do to ensure the safety of the firefighters. Because I'm sure you're aware on Hornby Island, the fire department gets tasked out for our CMP calls more than us. So it's just ensuring the safety of the firefighters and that all firefighters are working on the same page, so they don't go in there without a backup or something with like that. So it's just ensuring the safety of all the firefighters.
Okay, so great to hear there'll be a clear policy update on that, and that thank you. That's sufficient.
Not seeing any more questions. So we have a vote on receipt, the report. All in favor? Carried.
Seconded.
Thank you. Vote on recommendation. All in favor? Carried. Edwin, if we can just do number 9, then Bruce can go on lunch. Thank you.
Over to you, Bruce. One more.
Thank you through the chair or through the deputy CEO to the chair and directors. And thank you, chair, for allowing me to do this before we go to lunch. This one is in regards to Union Bay's budget. During the budget presentation, there was I forgot to add in $100,000 for the design of the fire hall. But with the current state of the Union Bay Fire Hall and the size of it, their engine, they need to replace their new engine. But to replace the engine to today's standards, that engine will not be able to fit into the current fire hall. So we're looking at a used engine to get them through until we get that new fire hall built for them. So what we're requesting is in the approved budget, there's a $550,000 for the use for a new engine. We're not going to have to spend that. So we're asking to allocate $100,000 of that approved $550,000 towards giving us the funds to start designing the fire hall, getting the environmental assessment and geotech assessment done. So when the fire hall comes up in the future budgets, it's budgeted, I believe, in 2024, 2025. We've got money in the budget for that. So it's just setting us up so we're able to be prepared when the time comes to start building the fire hall. With that, I'll ask for any questions.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I had that clear when I read the report, but with your comments, what you're saying is we won't spend the 550 now, but you're asking for 100,000 to be earmarked for the replacement of the fire engine. Do I have that right?
No, I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm asking to leave $450,000 there for replacement of that engine with a used
Future.
engine, and take 100,000 from that and earmark it for the design and building of the design and all the pre-work for getting us ready for the fire hall construction.
That makes perfect sense. Thanks. Yeah, so I'm in favor of that. And where do you think we'll be by the end of this year in regards to if we make that allocation today in regards to the design of the fire hall? Will that take us all the way there or partly there?
I think that should take us majority of the way there, based on what I've seen with the design for the Merville and going through the Mount Washington project. That should have us just about ready by the end of the year. If everything lines up, as I've found, you end up with hiccups throughout that you have to go back and restep. So as long as everything goes according to plan, we should be ready by the end of the year with that $100,000.
Are you, and one last question, are you going to come back to the committee for a discussion on that design in the next, as it moves along, for us to provide input? Is that
if that is something the committee would like, I'm sure we can do that.
I would like that. I have, yeah. And I'll say why, like one of my thing that I'm working on with planning, actually, we're not very advanced, but in future years, you know, we've got the zoning for 3,000 homes, and maybe we would like to end up with some multi-story unit. And I know that some jurisdiction have had to update their fire hall for ladder trucks and all that stuff. So I think this probably worth looking at our assumptions around the build of the fire hall. That would be good for this committee to discuss.
We will make sure we do that. Keep the committee informed throughout the process.
Not seeing any other questions, so vote on receipt. All in favor? Carried. Move to recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Vote on recommendation. All in favor? Carried. We're out to lunch now, Bruce.
Enjoy.
Thanks. Back in 15. All right, so we get a motion to receive on the next report, the sewer extension south. Thank you. Before we move into it, we should also acknowledge that we have Chair of the Sewage Committee, Doug Hillian here. Just a shout out to Doug and recognize the fact that it was passed by the CBRD board on June 28th, 22 to participate and vote on this matter as an appointed member of the Sewer Extension South Addendum Steering Committee. It's also further noted that Ian Monroe, Public and Technical Advisory Committee representative, is also here. And we'll move into the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm pleased to introduce Derry Monteith, Manager of Liquid Waste Planning, and Vince Van Tongeren, Environmental Analyst, who will be presenting this the staff report. So over to you, Derry and Vince.
Thank you, through the chair. And I believe we also have WSP, our consultant, joining us on the line to support staff on this item as well. Just wait for. Okay. Great. Thanks, Lisa. Yeah. Okay, so in June 2022, the Electoral Area Services Committee and the Sewage Commission supported the development of the Sewer Extension South project through an addendum to the Comox Valley Liquid Waste Management Plan. Since the initiation of the LWMP addendum last June, significant progress has been made. Further design of the conveyance infrastructure required to connect communities to the south, or communities in the south, to the Comox Valley sewer system has advanced to a preliminary design level with associated Class C cost estimates. A value engineering workshop for the project has been completed, identifying potential options to improve the overall value of the project. And we've got more details on this work in a separate staff report to the committee. Public and technical advisory committees were formed, and 4 joint meetings of the PAC-TAC have now been held, which covered a considerable quantity of background materials and technical information. And at these meetings, the PAC-TAC also was able to achieve consensus on several motions presented to the steering committee for consideration today. And Vince is going to provide an overview of these motions as they relate to project phasing, force main alignment, collection systems, the Royston pump station, and septic systems. And actually, Lisa, I believe we also have a PowerPoint presentation to support work. Yeah, thank you. So over to Vince.
Okay, sure. Try that again. Yeah, so as Derry noted, there were several motions in 5 areas supported by the PAC-TAC. I'll start with project phasing. For project phasing, as noted at the last meeting, the initial phase 1A will focus on the historic cores of Union Bay and Royston, with the subsequent phase 1B expected to expand the Royston collection area and the Kilmarnock area. The PAC-TAC supported the phase 1A area with questions regarding the potential for the Royston School to be connected as part of that first phase. And there are also questions about cost equity for future phases. For the force main alignment, a preliminary design and Class C cost estimate has been completed for an alignment along Highway 19A. The PAC-TAC provided support in principle for this alignment. However, the value planning workshop did identify the potential for the in and corridor as an alternative, and we'll speak more to that in the next report. For collection systems, prior sewer planning work had identified gravity servicing for the area. Further analysis of collection system options has identified a gravity low pressure sewer hybrid approach as the leading option. This approach would allow for shallower excavation depths, while also providing a collection system that doesn't require collection or construction along the foreshore. The PACTAC provided support for the gravity LPS approach with questions regarding reliability and cost equity. And a motion to provide project funding for LPS equipment on private property resulted in a tie vote amongst PAC members, and rationale letters from each perspective are attached to the report as appendices B and C. For the pump station in Royston, previous planning work had identified the base of Royston Road as a pump station location. For the current project, a preliminary design and Class C cost estimate has been completed for 2 design options at this location. A kiosk arrangement as seen in the top picture there, and at a pump station enclosed in a building as shown at the bottom. The PACTAC discussion around this pump station included considerations regarding visual impact, odor, noise, community amenities such as public washrooms, and flood resiliency. Support was provided for the option of a building to the north of the Royston Road Marine Drive intersection. The Value Planning Workshop suggested moving pump stations out of the coastal flood zone, and the next report will discuss further analysis of how this would be applied for the Royston pump station. For septic systems, concern about aging and failing systems is a key project driver. There have also been several questions from residents about how properties with newer septic systems will be considered when sewer servicing becomes available. Out of the PACTAC discussion regarding septic systems, support was provided for a regulatory program in the plan area. And the PACTAC also supported the concept of a deferral program for properties with new septic systems.
So for the committee's consideration today, we have several recommendations that will provide the project team with the required direction to continue advancing the liquid waste management plan addendum. These recommendations include endorsement of the motions put forward by the PACTAC, which is just summarized, along with additional recommendations for consideration, including continued discussion with Comox Valley Schools on the potential addition of the Royston School in Phase 1A, further development of a sewer connection deferral program, and considerations regarding work on private property. Subject to the committee's support on the recommendations, community consultation events planned for late spring will proceed. These will include a webinar on June 7th and in-person open houses in Royston and Union Bay on June 13th and 14th. A consultation with First Nations in the plan area, including Comox First Nation, is also ongoing throughout the addendum process. The technical team will proceed with preparing a draft addendum report over the summer months, including further design of the community collection systems and an updated Class C cost estimate for the project. And in the fall of 2023, the draft addendum will then be presented to the PACTAC at their September meeting and to this committee and the Comox Valley Sewage Commission in October and November. And with that, we welcome any questions you have on this report.
Director Robert. Thank you, Chair, and thanks to staff. Yeah, there's quite a bit to unpack here, and I note that we have the next meeting agenda number 11. It seems we'll go into more of the Island Corridor and the value planning recommendations, but for now, it's good to see the number of motions that were considered by the PACTAC, and obviously there's one that kind of stands out in regards to, as Vince explained, the kind of tie vote, or I guess it passed, but the same amount of people or something like that. So I just want to be clear in my mind that I have the story straight. In regards to that motion, it's whether people are on a gravity system or on something that has some kind of little pump or something. They call it an LPS system. I don't know what the acronym is for. And whether that should be publicly funded out of the service or whether it would be the responsibility of the homeowner. And and Ian's there, you can probably, he was at the meeting, so maybe you can represent both opinions as well, but is it a matter of saying, okay, well, what is really fair, right? And each group has a different interpretation of that, which is one is, okay, everybody kind of pays the same, but you're responsible for the overall system, but if you have that extra pump, you pay for it, right? So it's like the property line kind of argument that I think I saw in the dissent opinion. And the pro opinion is just like you just spread it across the system. Do I have that correct? And then my question would be, I mean, we have a recommendation, but it's mitigated, a little bit. So what would be the next step in trying to get that issue addressed or finalized in the planning?
Through the chair, yeah. To answer your question, so yes, you're correct. I guess the issue is whether or not to include the chambers and the pumps for those properties that are requiring a low pressure sewer connection within the overall project cost, which would mean they would be spread across kind of all of the phase 1A properties. Versus having those be the responsibility of the individual property owner, as they would be with a similar gravity sewer connection.
Okay. Switching topic. One of the recommendation is that all works on private property that was unanimously supported, I guess, will be the responsibility of the homeowner. And that would include, I know there was some discussion around the commissioning of existing tanks. And that's a year and a half ago or something, but there was questions around, I don't know if they were raised at the PACTAC around people being able to leave it in the ground or whether they have to take it out or, all the rest of that. Was there some discussion around that as part of those costs?
Sure. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, there has been follow-up discussion with some public advisory committee members on how we would define septic decommissioning and whether that requires the tank to be dug out or filled in with sand or what have you. We haven't clearly defined that. We're still assessing what that could be.
If I may, does Island Health have a decision-making role in that one, or is that something where it's just they don't really track what happens to all systems?
I think what it really would come down to is certification being provided to Island Health and or our building department that the property in question is no longer connected to the septic system and is now connected to the sewer system.
Thank you. Thanks. But maybe there's more questions from other directors or comments from Doug Hillian or Ian Munro. I'll pass the mic for now. I might come back.
Okay, Hillian. Thanks. Thanks very much, Chair. Just a clarification question, and I'm not sure if I'm misreading the report, but it's indicating that there was a tie vote, and then there are names of committee members after each of the letters. And I see 5 on one and only 4 on the other. So I'm just not sure what I'm missing there.
Through the chair, thank you, Director. At the meeting itself, it was a tie vote. I'm not sure the reason why one of the names was left off the letters, but we can certainly look into that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I think I do have clarity on that, Director Hillian. The second letter was signed by an individual and then said on behalf of the following additional members. So there were 5 names on that letter. It just wasn't clear that they were the 5 that voted together.
Just to clarify, so that's Andrew Gower, the engineer? Okay, thanks.
And one more piece of clarity is Andrew is an engineer, but he was voting as a member of PACTAC and not as a professional engineer.
Not seeing any more.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks for that. And actually, while we are scanning that letter, it did strike me. I don't know, maybe that can be a side note, but I noticed that the Comox Valley Chamber of Commerce was copied on that, and I wondered about the relevance, the significance of that. So maybe somebody will fill me in that someday. In regards to a topic, when I watched part of the proceedings that came up, is oh God, did I just blank? I was just talking about that. Yeah. Yeah, no, the school is covered. Oh geez, I just slipped it. I should have made a note on the report. I'll come back on it and value added. I'm sure it'll come back to me.
Thank you. So my understanding is this has changed quite a bit from say the plan that we came up with in 2015. And it's also going to include a gravity fed system, which is quite a bit of a different system where they actually pull it out of the septic tank. Is that what's happening there? Is it being like the system they had set up for Bowser, where it was going to be they're basically stringing together the effluent, or is this going? Is it? I just want to figure out how it works. I know that I haven't been to any of these PAC-TAC meetings, but it's a hybrid system, you're saying. So maybe Vince can clue me in on this a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the question, Director Grief. Yeah, essentially what a hybrid system means is that dependent on the topography of the individual property, where the in-house plumbing is exiting the house, and in relation to where that is in relation to the sewer pipe on the street. If the property can reach the sewer main on the street with a gravity connection, then they would connect with a gravity connection. If the plumbing exiting the house is lower than the piping in the street, then that property would require a low pressure sewer called a grinder pump to be installed. Exactly. And then it would pump the wastewater from their house up into the gravity main in the street.
So according to what I'm reading here, then, that the owner of that property would have to stump up for that pump. Is that right? Which puts him at a disadvantage to everybody else because of the elevation of his system. So I'm just wondering if you're going to garner a lot of support with that, or are you going to actually, have potential of shooting this project in the foot? And I'd like to hear what the TAC-PAC had to say about that.
I certainly would welcome comments from Mr. Monroe. I do think that the TAC-PAC did wrestle with this and had that very discussion, and that resulted in the 5-5 result on the vote, which then you see now the recommendation before this committee is to have the property owners pay for those costs on their property. And so the
just saying, we've been down this road, 4 times now?
So I'm not sure if Mr. Monroe has anything to add from the PAC-TAC meetings themselves.
I can do my best to represent the two sides in this discussion. Certainly, I think one of the most salient points is to count households as well, and that the number of households that would be connected via LPS is significantly lower than via gravity. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but if I remember the maps, it was probably 10% or less of the houses that would be connected. Secondly, there was an argument that it is an arbitrary cost assignment, if you will, to those houses that were deemed to be connected by LPS. And it would also then have included, additional maintenance costs and replacement costs for pumps in the future. So that would have been the gist of the argument for the side in favor of the costs being included. The side that was against costs being included said there was not enough consideration being given to the costs of deep gravity connections, where you may have had very long, very deep trenching costs that would be required for some of the homes being connected via gravity feeds, and that, you know, somewhere in between, there's a cost inequity that will pop up from a number of properties, no matter what decision was made. So that's kind of, if I was to try to summarize the two positions that were put on the table and reasons for the 5-5 vote, it would be because there was no clear answer to what provided the greatest cost equity. And if either of Derry or Vince have any further information on that, I'd love to have them added to that as well. Thanks.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, great. Thanks for kind of a deeper dive on that issue. And I do wonder if the next item on the agenda, if an ENN alignment would actually increase the number of, okay, I don't know if that would change. No, it wouldn't. Okay, everybody's nodding no. So that's good. That's good news. If we can move on topic from that one. I remembered what I was going to say. I was going to talk about, there was discussion of the PACTAC around support for if the project did not proceed for septic regulations, but I don't see an associated motion related to that. So I'm just wondering where that lives in regards to the liquid waste management addendum.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Arbor. Because the I guess the topic of septic regulation impacts more than just the plan area. So all of the electoral areas, it will be brought in front of this committee in a separate report.
Yeah. Well, maybe you'll just need to reset my brain a little bit. So we're doing a liquid waste management plan, which, well, addendum to the Comox Valley for the area that's likely to be covered by the switch and not for the other areas. But shouldn't that liquid management plan addendum not just be about the specific project, but what is the best number of solutions for that specific area? So wouldn't we have a section, if this project did not move forward, on septic regulations specific to that area as part of the DLWMP addendum?
Yeah, certainly it will be included within the plan. We just want to give consideration to kind of a program that may apply to all of the electoral areas first, and then, you know, depending on the program option selected, consider how that might fit within the plan area and bring that back to the PACTAC for discussion.
So I imagine you're talking about the 2021 report that we were looking at, which covers indeed all three area A, B, and C. Is there thought, if it hasn't been done already, to refer that report to the PACTAC for their consideration, or has this already been done? Because I think there would be value in having the PACTAC kind of weigh in that set of options and maybe provide advice to this committee as well.
Yeah, so we did provide a briefing note summarizing that study to the PACTAC with a link to that work. And we will be discussing it further at our September meeting after we kind of further review the options again with this committee.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad I remembered that item. And the one last item, I promise, is around the future phasing and the discussion around cost parity. I also note there's no motion specific to that, but I know that it was an object of discussion around for some of the areas that would not be initially covered. How do you, so has staff landed on something to bring back to us or with the PACTAC?
Through the chair. So there was a motion passed by the PACTAC related to cost equity in future phases in the form of a policy statement to be added to the LWMP draft plan, and that is included in the appendix listing the motions
okay.
passed by the PACTAC.
Gotcha. It's in there. Okay, thank you. That was a lot of reading this weekend.
Yes.
I might just quickly comment on the idea of septic regulation from a PACTAC point of view was that the status quo, i.e. no sewer and no regulation, was not really thought of as an option to go forward. That either there had to be an approved sewer system for that area, or there had to be some improved or enhanced regulation of septic system quality and functionality.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Green.
Well, permit me to be a little gun shy. Because whatever comes out of this, and there's a big process ahead anyway, but whatever it is, we have to make sure that it supports the public system as much as possible and ensures that we get the public assent that we need to make this happen. Because my fear is you go down a long road to a dead end again and waste millions of dollars doing it. So there's no guarantee, and people being what they are, you know, it can be some very small thing that is a deciding point on the way somebody votes. So I would just encourage the community to think long and hard about this. I was actually going over my old notes from 2015 and reading where at some of the open houses, people were wanting a better deal. Well, this is your better deal.
Director Helium.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just back to the letters from the dissenting members. And I note that Mr. Gower is in fact the representative of the Chamber of Commerce, which is why they would be copied. But the final point in that message is about potential risk to the regional district if taking on these costs, perhaps making the RD liable for future repairs. And I'm just wondering if staff have any comment on that.
Yeah, through the CAO and through the chair. Yeah, I think anytime that the regional district is working on private property, that is a potential risk and concern. So, you know, I think that was raised as part of the discussion, and Ian did an excellent job of summarizing the two sides. But that is one consideration, and, you know, part of the reason that we are, even though there were these two sides kind of split 50-50, that staff are recommending that that the services end at the property line and property owners are responsible for the system on their property. So either the grinder pumps or the connection to the new service.
So just so I'm clear, my understanding, the staff recommendation is the motion that was defeated by a tie vote.
Through the chair, the motion that was defeated by the tie vote was to include the cost of the grinder pumps and chambers within the overall project cost. So because there was a tie vote on that, the motion failed, and that's why staff are recommending not including those components within the overall project.
I see. Okay, thanks very much.
Director Arbor, do you have another question?
No, just a comment in relation to Dr. Grief's comments. I'd just like to remind the committee that the reason why we're investing so much time with the PACTAC and the public, and this session's coming, and it's a year-long exercise, is under this current process, the minister would have the authority to provide electoral assent without a vote. So that's something to bear in mind. I think this process is a little bit different than what you might have seen in the past. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none? Oh. Mark, did you? Okay. So we're still voting on receive a report. So all in favor? Carried.
Move on.
Thank you. So vote on recommendation number 1. All in favor? Oh, sorry. Second. Now we'll vote. Vote on recommendation number 1 then. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So again, vote on receipt. Oh, sorry. Just vote on the motion. Okay, sorry. So you got questions? Thanks. Director Arbor.
Thanks, Chair. This one we didn't spend the last discussion on, but I'm just curious as to the appetite of Royston Elementary School and what the next step might look like in regard to pursuing a potential connection there.
Thank you through the chair. We have had discussions with Comox Valley Schools about the potential addition of Royston Elementary, and they are interested. And so we're going to be further discussing the potential cost implications and design for including them, and then have further discussions around whether or not that's something they would like to consider.
So vote on recommendation number 2. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Any questions?
Oh goodness, this project is so multi-headed. At every turn, there's a dilemma. But in regards to 5 years, when does the 5 years start? Today?
I guess I would say to be determined. It would at the very least be 5 years from the date the septic system was installed. If the septic system is less than 5 years old at the time that the CVRD starts to require sewer connection. But like I said, that's to be determined, and we will be bringing options back to the committee for consideration on when that 5 years starts.
Thank you. Based on that question, we had an application that we dispensed with earlier around was it the building permit or a development permit? Anyways, it was, the builder mentioned that they're having to put in a septic today. So, it's, I guess, for people who are putting a septic system today, if we build in 5 years, and how long would be the exemption basically? So I guess, maybe my question today is how fleshed out is that concept? Do we need to do a lot of work to look at the mechanics of how this would work, when the exemption would end, what would all these different things, or do you feel like you have a package that's ready to go?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's ready to go, but what we did look at is there was a program in Langford where they offered an exemption for septic systems newer than 5 years old. And I believe that was based upon the time that the city of Langford started to require property owners to connect. And if your system was less than 5 years old at that time, you had up until either your septic system was 5 years old or until you sold your home. So at either of those, that would trigger a requirement for connection. So, yeah.
Edwin?
My question along the same lines, how was the 5-year time limit decided upon? Because, you know, you think about a $25,000 system, it's probably good for 30 years, not 5 years.
Yeah, I think I would say that was based on the precedent we found with the city of Langford. And we thought with the precedent there that made it a defensible scheme to proceed with. But like I said, it's the mechanics of it and like the timing for when that 5 years starts is still up for discussion. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, once again, I think we have to do whatever is going to garner the most support, but it's not my jurisdiction, so I will look to the director for direction.
Any other questions, comments? Not seeing any. Do we want to vote on recommendation number 3 then? All in favor? Carried. Moving to recommendation number 4. Any questions? Comments? Not seeing any. We want to vote on recommendation number 4. All in favor? We have Edwin Grease opposed. Thank you. All right. Moving on to item number 11.
Move report.
Thank you.
And again, over to Vince or Gary. I'm not sure who will take the lead on this one. Vince?
Yeah, and there's a slide deck for this one as well. So. But yeah, I'll get started. So as an outcome of the utilities governance review completed for the water and sewer service, the CVRD adopted board policy P90, value management review of capital projects in June of 2022. In September of 2022, the ESC provided support for moving forward with a value planning review for the sewer extension south project. Previous CVRD value planning reviews for the water treatment project and the sewer conveyance project were completed by Strategic Value Solutions, and we were able to work with them again for the sewer extension south project. In November of last year, SVS convened a team of subject matter experts for a week-long workshop to look at the program and assess alternatives for components of the project. Out of the workshop, several value alternatives were developed and discussed, with 4 identified for further consideration, and these are included in the table in the staff report. WSP has completed further reviews for the force main alignment and the Royston pump station, and these are attached to the staff report as appendices A and B. In regards to the force main alignment, the ENN corridor was identified by the value planning team as an alternative alignment, with key benefits including reduced paving and traffic control costs. WSP has completed a further analysis of this option, including a review of work done assessing this corridor for the Water Extension South project. This prior work did identify some potential concerns with soil conditions along the corridor, and also identified the requirement for an access road or trail to be built over top of whatever infrastructure is put in place. WSP also reviewed the elevation profile of the ENN corridor in relation to the Highway 19A alignment. So the ENN corridor does have a slightly higher elevation profile. This would result in a requirement for larger pumps at the pump stations and more energy required to push the same flow volumes through the force main. This also results in slightly higher operating pressures within the system and a modest increase in operating costs in relation to the 19A alignment. When taking all the above into consideration, WSP's capital cost estimate for the ENN option is very similar to that for their estimate for the Highway 19A alignment. However, the portion between Royston and Courtney could provide potential cost savings, and this portion would be the focus of the project team if further consideration of this corridor proceeds. For the Royston pump station, the value planning recommended moving pump stations outside of the coastal flood zone. Yeah, as noted previously in the liquid waste management plan report, the PACTAC did support the preliminary design of a single-story building at the base of Royston Road, but there was some recognition of the need to consider coastal flooding impacts. WSP has completed a review of options for the Royston pump station and included in the report 3 options for consideration. The first of these would be a flood resilient building. The main impact of this would be a move to a 2-story structure with all the electrical components located on the 2nd floor. This would have a significant visual impact and also carries a significantly higher capital cost of nearly $4 million. The second option would be to advance planning for a regional pump station located somewhere near Royston Road and Highway 19A, and keeping a small local pump station at that same location at the base of Royston Road. The regional pump station concept has been discussed at PACTAC as part of a future project phase, so not as a more imminent thing. This option does carry a capital cost estimate of $2.8 million. However, this does not include any land acquisition that would be required to site a regional pump station. And then the third option identified is to build at the original location as originally proposed, but move the transformer, generator, and motor control center a couple hundred meters up Royston Road so that they would be out of the coastal flood zone. So this carries a capital cost estimate of $2.6 million for no building or $3.1 million for a building. So for the force main alignment, the recommendation in the report is to engage with project partners and rights holders on the potential use of the ENN corridor for the force main alignment. And for the Royston pump station, it's recommended that options 2 and 3, just described, be included in the draft liquid waste management plan addendum report for further consideration by the public and technical advisory committees. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Can I just have one? Please. One, thanks, Vince. I just want to add one bit of context for the directors, and it is mentioned in the staff report. With the recent federal and provincial government's decision to revert a portion of the ENN corridor to the Snanawas First Nation, the province of BC has committed to a future corridor planning process. The CBRD is considering that role in the visioning process. They haven't fully bought into that process yet, but they are considering its role in that. And the CBRD may engage with partners and related parties to look at potential synergies or the vision of that corridor, and that might mean some discussion on potential synergies between the ENN corridor and a sewer force main, as Vincent's mentioned here. So that visioning exercise is very much in its preliminary stage at the provincial, regional district, and First Nations level. And so I just wanted to provide that context that I don't believe the recommendation here would preempt that work from happening or preempt the CBRD board's decision-making around being involved in that visioning process. But it's important to bring forward the findings from the value planning exercise here for this committee to consider.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I think we're getting good value out of the value planning exercise. And obviously, yeah, the ENN rail corridor, which I actually think in our September submission to the province, when they were doing early engagement in the Island corridor, we did flag the potential for this, something like this. So I guess, I don't know if our consultant was already hired and we were already having an inkling of the potential of taking that approach. I have just a few questions. So You didn't say yes, so you'll just need to bring more clarity to it. So we propose a pump station at the bottom of the hill, so to speak, right? And under this value planning, we would move it to where our old office currently is, type of deal, or is the site is to be determined, I guess, but I imagine it would not live at the bottom of the hill if we do the ENN alignment, right?
So for the ENN alignment, the pump station location, I guess it depends on the outcome of the second recommendation, but the location of the pump station is, I won't say immaterial to the consideration of the corridor. It's more about the equipment that gets installed in the pump station.
Right.
That would be, have to consider the alignment.
Great. And I mean, currently, if we look at future status of the ENN, that's one thing, but we can look at current status. I think there's lots of precedent of the ENN corridor being used for utilities. A lot of, I would sit on the board, and most of our revenue, if not all of our revenue, comes from utilities, right-of-ways, costs and such, mostly telecommunication. We don't have that much sewage. If we did do that alignment, would the pipe be buried? Or would it be, it would be buried, everyone's nodding, that's good. Because I'm just thinking about the trails and, crossing and everybody in their neighborhoods having to look at that. So it's still a buried solution. And I like like they said, getting it out of the floodplain zone or anywhere near the ocean is good. Doesn't provide detailed design, obviously. So I guess that's something we would have to start spending. So have we started spending a lot of money on the other, on the preliminary proposed approach on Highway 19 or elsewhere? How far are we into the design of that one?
We're at a preliminary design phase on the 19A approach. So we've looked at existing survey data. It's been LiDAR data has been looked at, but we're not, we haven't gone down. We haven't done any survey or that kind of work to really ground truth that alignment. So it's at a preliminary level, and the estimates are at a Class C level. So
okay. And one last question, and then maybe that will be an interest to Dr. Hillian, unless I have my history wrong. But when Courtney amalgamated the area towards Royston in 2014 or 2013 or 2011, somewhere in there, that was with the promise of sewage. Did all these properties get connected along Highway 19A between Millard and between Fraser Road and Royston? And so would Courtney be interested? Would there be a difference to Courtney in having the alignment on the ENN versus the Highway 19 if they're not currently connected, those properties? I don't know if they're connected. I don't know what happened. I think there was a promise they would be, but I'm not sure they were.
Yeah, so I don't believe those properties have been connected yet. We have had ongoing discussions with city staff around potential for incorporating those properties within the project at a future date, but those discussions are ongoing. In terms of the cost impact between the two different alignments on those properties, I can't really speak to that. I'm not sure at this time, but we can certainly look into that and discuss further with Courtney staff.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe I'll just clarify that it probably doesn't depend that much on whether the force main comes up the Island Highway or comes up the corridor, because each neighborhood that is serviced, whether it's in Courtney or whether it's in the regional district, first has a collection system built for it. The wastewater makes its way to usually a low point and a pump station, which then pumps into the force main. So there's no direct connections from homes to the force main. It's all through a local collection system that then gets pumped into the force main. So those need to be quite strategically located and planned out.
So I hear it could be basically neutral in the equation for them. Okay,
Yeah, it depends how far the force main is from that pump station, but it's not as if each home is connecting. So just you have to have that kind of mental image of the system, how it works.
Yeah, that was all my questions and good answers, and I'll pass it on to Doug. I'm in favor of the recommendations, by the way.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, there's reference in the report to poor soil conditions that would be a factor, but I'm not sure if that considers the possibility that some of that soil may be contaminated, and whether there would be any additional cost involved in removing contaminated materials.
Yeah, that's, thank you for the question. Yeah, we don't have any geotech information along that corridor, and that would be something that would have to be looked at prior to a firm decision on either alignment.
But that would significantly increase the cost, right? Thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Thing. Now, just one thing, I think I have to commend staff on the amount of work they've done, and the TAC pack and the director. And this is a fantastic opportunity to move forward on an issue that's been percolating since the early 90s, really. So, there's a few options here, a lot of decision points yet ahead. But I have I may sound like a pessimist here, but I do have a lot of optimism around this project. But I think it's absolutely essential for so many reasons, not least of which, of course, is the incredible shellfish industry in Bay Sound. There was one thing I was going to bring up, and that was around Courtney's connection, and we already brought that up. So that clears up a lot right there. If you look at the map, you'll notice that the majority of Royston isn't even shown as being connected. Is that like a phase 2? I mean, the downtown south of 19A, but north of 19A going up Royston Road, is that being envisioned as being the next phase down the road? Or
Through the chair, that's correct. So phase 1A includes kind of the area of Royston between Marine Drive and the highway. And then the phase 1B future connection would be the remainder of that Royston area.
Yeah, because of the density, one would think that would be a no-brainer for as far as bringing partners into this project and having customers for the service.
Any other comments, questions? Not seeing any. Do we want to move on a vote for receipt of the report? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. So vote on recommendation number 1 then. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Vote on number 2. All in favor? Carried. Moving on to item number 12.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can provide a very brief overview of this staff report. The committee members will remember April 3rd was a strategic planning session with Alison Hapkirk in attendance. Sorry, thank you, Director Hillian. Okay, thank you, Director Hillian, for coming in. April 3rd was a strategic planning session with the electoral area directors. Alison Hapkirk attended and facilitated that session. Her notes from the session are attached to the staff report. And there are a couple of recommendations that we're putting forward to come from the staff report to action some of the items presented and discussed here. Very much open to any questions the committee may have or alternate direction that you would have from that strategic planning session.
Thank you. Any questions from the directors? Not seeing any. Do we want to vote on receipt of the report? All in favor? Carried. Now we got some recommendations as well. So receipt on recommendation number 1. Thank you. Vote in favor of recommendation number 1. All in favor? Carried. Recommendation number 2. Do we want to have? Thank you. Questions, comments? Looks like we have one from Director Grieve.
Just quickly, if we're going to bringing forward a report on parks, would that also be tied in with the regional parks? Will we be having discussion regarding some of the options we talked about of taking some of the bigger, more regional parks and putting them in that service? Is that going to be?
So I think the intent of this motion would be to look at the existing areas A, B, and C community parks, which include, of course, your larger community parks like Seal Bay, Nymph Falls, et cetera. So the intent of this report is to present a matrix showing the costs and benefits and management costs and liabilities for the existing community parks. And I think that was the discussion held at the
Just saying though, I mean, it does play into the broader context, which is now that we have that new service, we were talking about some of the more popular, more used by our urban partners parks, and taking some of that and turning it into into the regional park service. Whether or not if we're going to do that work, I think maybe that has to be at least examined. It would take and would probably alleviate a little bit of the operations piece, which is a 2/3 majority on that committee. But I'm just thinking, I mean, the bigger service, how they fit together.
If I could suggest, the regional park service is still in its infancy. There will be some work for the Regional Parks and Trails Committee to do with respect to its vision, its the future work and what it sees itself, and just how expansive or limited its role will be going forward. If I could suggest, the Electoral Area Service Committee received this report, which provides
some baseline,
state of the nation baseline, if you will, for the existing community parks.
Understood.
What the committee does with that information at that time,
I know,
would be up to the committee. And just recognizing that the work of the Regional Parks Committee, and it'll be lengthy. It'll take some time, so there will be opportunity along the way to have the EA directors influence that work, I believe.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks. In relation to the content of the report, I think it would be useful if some of those costs and contributions and assets and liabilities for some of the bigger parks be identified, whether it be Nymph Falls or Seal Bay or the Royston Seaside / Royston to Cumberland Trail. Because having that information, so we'll see that we find out that out of our $2 million budget, I forget the budget, might close that 2 million a year for parks, 3 million. Anyways, so we'll see that we find out that the cost centers is small. Say that we find out that it only costs $100,000 a year to do Seal Bay, then that might be an easy pitch to the region. But if we find out that it's $1 million, so it'd be nice if those bigger parks were parceled out in terms of their balance sheet, if you will, and operations. That makes sense. Because then it'll be not just useful to this committee, but I think it'll be informative to the broader regional park board.
Edwin?
Yeah, further to that, what has to be realized by the new regional service is that by adding landmass to that service, you also give them equity when it comes time to borrow that 20 million bucks you're going to need to buy a certain piece of property, just hypothetically saying. So, no, I think it's all good. We'll get some baseline information about that. I mean, it's one of the few things that we can actually as electoral areas, it's one of the few areas where we can actually be masters of our own house. And we can actually do without necessarily having to acquire partnership by senior government to make happen, or partnership of a major municipality. So, you know, it is one of the few things we can actually bring to fruition in our own term here at the regional district. So it's interesting, and it's probably long overdue. So I'm going to vote in favor. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? So again, going back to recommendation number 2, we're going to vote on recommendation number 2. All in favor? Carried.
Move 13.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm pleased to introduce Howie Siemens, Manager of Emergency Programs, to introduce this report. Howie.
Thank you, James. Good afternoon to the chair and directors and staff. Thanks for the opportunity to present my report today, which will be on seeking your support for the expansion of the regional emergency service through the amendment to bylaw number 1341, being the Comox Valley Emergency Program Extended Services bylaw number 1341, 1991. This will include the city of Courtenay, the town of Comox, village of Cumberland as direct participants. The Emergency Management Service helps prepare, educate, and coordinate, support the Comox Valley emergencies. Over the past few years, we have seen the importance of collaboration together regionally, and how all participants in training can lead to building capacity for the Comox Valley that can support any local government's emergency operations center and activation operations in the Comox Valley. Through presentations on the behalf on benefits and rationale from moving to a truly regional emergency service delivery that included presentations to the town of Comox, city of Courtenay, village of Cumberland, and the Comox First Nations. Support and principle has been provided by all to move forward to truly regionalize the delivery model. Though there was a request for some analysts to be done to the requisition methods to be looked at, which staff have noted, it will not be recommended this time, as the amendments to the methods of cost recovery is wishing to be aligned with the regional service that Comox the Comox Regional District provides now. The next steps first, as we move forward, will require the amending of the service establishing bylaw to include the city of Courtenay, town of Comox, village of Cumberland as participants, alongside the participants being electoral areas A, B, C. Change the name of the service from the Comox Valley Emergency Program Extended Services to Comox Valley Emergency Management Service, as indicated in the staff report Appendix A, and obtain approval for proceeding to amend the bylaw by direct participating electoral area service directors. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Director Harper?
Yeah, no question, just support. I think if we want to have you on there, Howie, but if we want to, we had a consultant earlier come talk about how our fire services were leading in the province. So I think this is a necessary step for emergency management. If in 10 years from now, we want to have a consultant that comes here and says, you're a leader in the province, like it. And I have yet to talk to an elected official in the Valley who's against this. I think everybody's very much in favor. And I think partly why we're all like this is because of our experience with COVID, where we did exceedingly well, but the structure was so fuzzy. You know, like in the first week, we had 3 mayors and we had our chair, and it's like, who's the spokesman? And everybody was announcing our park. And, you know, we ended up doing okay. But it showed that having a clear structure. And I would say in the future too, having those, we did that in our debrief, I think, but for elected officials to have a better sense of their roles and responsibility in those times of high uncertainty. I think that'll come together once we have a service as well, and that'll get clarified. So I'm really excited about this. I think and I expect it'll pass. I don't think we need to do any advocacy with our municipal partners. I think they're all on board. Hopefully this doesn't swing back my way, but
knock on wood. Yeah, no, if this bylaw hasn't really been when it established 1991, so you'd think we need to kick this up, change the name, get the partners. I mean, it's only going to get worse, folks, not going to get better. So yeah, I think this is going to go ahead. My question is this something we're going to be looking at for the 2024 budget? Is that something that's going to be ready by then, do you think?
Yeah, through the chair to the director. Yeah, we are trying to hopefully get all support from local governments to have the bylaw with them as direct participants so we can do a budget for 2024.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you, Howard, for all the work you do.
Well, thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Not seeing any. Can I get a vote on receipt of the report? All in favor? Carried. Recommendation. Thank you. Any comments, questions? Not seeing any. Vote on recommendation. All in favor? Carried. Move report for the 2023 rural community grant consideration. Second. Thank you.
Doug DeMarzo, General Manager of Community Services, will be here to introduce this report, and then I think between Doug and Lisa walk through the recommendations.
Good afternoon, through the chair. We're here to discuss the 2023 rural grant report. In years past, we've typically looked at this report and the number of applications we had in the electoral area services meeting, usually around this time. And then if there's any remaining funds, we look at it in the fall. One subject that I should just briefly mention is in the past, we've looked at the idea of multi-year funding agreements, and after cursory review and some discussions, we're also proposing we're not maybe moving forward those types of agreements for various reasons. So as such, as we move forward here, we look to the list of grants that Lisa has up now on the board in front of you. There's 42 grants that have been submitted for a total value of $380,000. One of those grants is 100,000 ask, which is why you might see a little higher value than you've seen in the past. You all have your Area A Bain Sound is 52,000 to look at allocating. Area B 107,000, Area C 163, Denman about 14,000, and Hornby about 21,000. So on that note, I think we will move through the list and look at how you wish to consider these grants. And staff will add comments to a few of them when the time is right and be available for any questions that you may have. So the first one is the Boys and Girls Club of Vancouver Island with a request of $8,500.
Just thank you. I'm just wondering, there seems to be no rhyme or reason. The other ones are all nice alphabetical order. This one seems to be all over the map. It's just the way it fell off the page, or
no, I think that's still alphabetical.
like you can't correlate them. Like the Anderton Therapeutic Gardens should be under A. Anyway.
Sorry, yeah, that's correct.
It's going to be bouncing around here.
Maybe Lisa, if we could just resort quickly. Maybe someone sorted them. Yeah. Just gonna mess up mine, dude. Yeah, I think with organization sort A to D. Or A to Z, sorry. You just click on yeah, and right click on B there, you can probably sort. So there should be a little drop down area on the corner C. Sorry. Also, anyways, Should I start going through them alphabetically? So Anderton Therapeutic Gardens has requests for 6,000.
How much?
6,000.
So everybody's putting their prices up, folks. Any luck on this?
Yeah, I think
And sorry, if I could just add in here too, directors, the hard copy that was handed out earlier is the is it the 2022 rural grant commitments?
yes.
Yeah, so you can see last year's commitment was for $4,000.
It's number 24. on the page this time.
So if we refer to the screens in front of you, it's probably easiest to follow along with the spreadsheet that Lisa's provided. So Anderton, there's 6,000 if anyone wants to contribute. So you can put forth their recommendation now. Or if they want more information on the services provided, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, sure. So we'll just take a 2-minute break and just get ourselves set for the discussion on this item.
Perfect.
So just coming out of recess then?
I think, Doug, we're ready to come back into it and walk through the items organization by organization.
So once again, we're at Anderton's Therapeutic Gardens. They provide some public opportunities to participate in their gardens and other planting opportunities, as well as some outreach events. And they're seeking 4,000 or 6,000. In the past, they've requested 4, of which Area B has gave last year. If I
Area D paid the whole shot last year. So I'll put $1,000 in from seed. That'll help them out a bit, but you gotta be careful. I think everybody's just jacked up their rates quite a lot because of. We didn't jack up the taxes, so.
Okay, so I'll make I guess Area B will look at contribution of 4,000, keep it the same as last year. Okay. So that brings it to 5.
And hearing nothing more, we'll move on to Arts Denman, of which Denman Island looked at. Denman Island looked at 2,000 last year, and Area C contributed 1.
Maybe just leave the lights on.
Director.
Yeah, thanks. There were a number of applications from Denman this year, and I've got 15,000 to distribute and 63,000 in requests. So Denmanites really paid attention. I think whatever we did to advertise our grant program on Denman, we should replicate it everywhere. The word spread out really good. So as a result, I won't be able to fund fully the requests from Denman, but I do want to contribute $1,000 to our Arts Denman. 1,000, yeah.
1,000. Okay, I'll take in 1,000 in that case.
If I could, Doug, I understand the importance of trying to support our rural areas in regards to the applications that have been submitted, but I do have a question in regards to, pardon me, that the $100,000 request from, was it the
Emily
Ann Foundation? And I know, just doing a quick search on the organization, how important that organization and the important work that it does. But is this an annual request from this particular organization, or is this what was the means of the request? I guess just maybe trying to get some more information here, because I get and understand, we have a certain amount of, or a certain allotment of monies right now, which is about 350,000, and the requests are 380,000, and so there's an oversubscription of about 30,000 plus. So again, just wanting to know where the Emily Ann Foundation fits in regards to this.
So yeah, the Emily Ann Foundation is a new application that we haven't seen in the past few years, as far as I can remember. And really, it's about supporting cancer patients. And their main source of this request was to help fund a vehicle, which would be a van, is my understanding, along with other related travel expenses and other pieces for people visiting people in their companionship visits. At that time, this is definitely one that staff did have flagged for comments, as it is outside most requests that we see. We typically in the past very rarely has supported grants of this size. So I guess they could look for proportional funding. You could choose to support it proportionally or whatever you chose to help them reach their goal. There is no limits on our rural grant applications.
Yeah.
So.
If I may, might be helpful to realize that this is our first blush at it. Generally speaking, we revisit it at our next meeting before we finalize these grants anyway. So it used to be we could do this offline, but then for the sake of transparency, they want us to do it in front of the cameras. Hi, Mom. And that's okay. But I think the focus traditionally has been for community organizations in rural areas to support programs and associations, nonprofits, et cetera, that do things in the electoral areas, not exclusively, but predominantly. And in a lot of cases, this is the only source of funding that they get outside of maybe the odd grant that they write for, if they get it. So yeah, so I think it's important to realize that this is called a rural community grant for a reason.
And did you have a comment there?
No, but you can leave us on because it's gonna.
Okay.
They're pretty fluid.
Okay.
Talk amongst yourselves. So we got 2K for Arts Denman, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on to Association for Denman Island Marine Stewards. It's basically for their marine work and another outreach that they usually do, aligned with your strategic driver. Ask for a total of 3,000, which is similar to last year's ask.
And they want 10,000 this year?
No, sorry, they've asked for 3, which is the same as last year, 3,000.
Which one is it?
The Association of Denman Island Marine Stewards.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, this is for, they're trying to do an arts project actually this year, which is different than in the past. We're able to contribute $1,500 towards it. From Denman function. Yeah. No, I'll note it. I've got all my numbers already preset. So
I'll just move on to Beaufort Watershed Stewards. And this is for watershed monitoring of their 13 streams plus.
Yeah, the Beaufort Watershed, I think, are a great group, and they provide watershed monitoring from Fanny Bay and moving up towards Royston. And this year they're actually using the provincial criteria, they're doing a watershed health study of the Tsebo River, which is one of our largest watersheds. And they're using Ministry of Forest methodology. We know when they produce results for their first 4 watershed, the average was C+. I think in how these watersheds were being managed. So anyways, always happy to, I can provide the full amount for this group for their good work.
Just note that they've requested 10,000 this year as opposed to the 4,000.
Yeah, I think that's reflective as well of the scale at which they're doing. They're both doing work around Union Bay this year, and as well as that major project around the Sable.
So 10,000 from area.
The whole enchilada.
Next.
On the one just above that, where Daniel kicked in 1,500.
For the Marine Stewards.
The steward, yeah.
Yeah.
Denman Island. Can you put me down for 500?
Yeah. Moving on to the Boys and Girls Club, or I guess the Central Vancouver Island now. They've in the past they've requested 4,000 and now they're looking for 8,500.
We gave him 3 last time.
Yes, thank you. Here.
I'll put in $2,000.
Looked like Area B made a contribution last year as well.
They made a contribution of 1,000 last year.
Okay, let's do the same thing.
Moving on to the Blazing Dragon Boat Society. So they were right here.
Sorry.
Anyway, in the past, I think this will be in the future. We'll direct this grant to rec grant if we catch it soon enough in the process. And this year they've asked for 1,500.
Yeah, Doug, I have a question on that in regards, because there's one of the application I'm receiving today that I think would be a good candidate for referral to the regional rec grant.
Yeah.
So where are we at with the rec grant?
I think you're almost fully expended.
We're fully expended.
Maybe we can Kevin can look that up and you can ask.
That would be useful because I've got a pretty big request, which I think I would like to test it with the broader board.
So can I defer the Blazing Dragon and the Comox lacrosse request for a few minutes until Kevin can bring forward that information on rec grant? So in that case, we'll move on to the Comox Care Society, the request of 12,000. And that's the
Are they new?
They're new. That's the outreach and health unit piece that I can pull up the application.
I'll give 1,000.
Yeah, we'll do the same.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to the Comox Child Development Center. And they have a request of 13,000, which is up 1,000 from last year, from correct. And last year, Area C funded 6,000, with Area A being 3 and Area B being 3.
I can't do this.
So we did 3 last year?
Yes. Well, we did a total of 12 last year, but Area B specifically did 3.
Let's do 5.
You get 5? Okay, I'll go 5. That's pretty good.
Okay. Next up is the Comox Valley Head Injury Society. They're one of the few we actually saw a decrease in an ask down to 2,500.
Oh yeah, I'll go 500.
Yeah, we'll do the same.
We only gave them 333 each last year.
Kevin, are you prepared to speak to the status of rec grant? So we'll look at this in context of the Blazing Paddle Dragon Society ask. Once Kevin gives us an update and the Lacrosse Association.
Go 1,000.
Well, we'll just get an update from Kevin if you don't mind first, Chair.
Through the chair to the director. So yeah, with respect to the 2023 budget for rec grant, we currently have about $12,000 available unallocated, what we have kind of allocated to special events or game contributions. So that's the only kind of discretionary dollars that are remaining within the 2023 budget.
Yeah, thanks for that information. Yeah, it's interesting because I think we have 3 or 4 that could qualify well under that service, but in the case of the one that I'm focusing on them, and it's just the timing. It's like an organization comes forward with a big ask, but it's missing the budget window in a way where we set a lot of these budgets. I'm facing one for 22,000. This one is for how much? The lacrosse?
30,000.
Yeah, so those are fairly big asks for the rural grant program, and I think they would be better directed at the regional board. But also realizing that if we're not able to fund their project, they may just have to wait a year and come back maybe to the region. I find they're more aligned with regional goals when you talk about a full association like that.
So my only comment for you guys to consider with the Comox, sorry for jumping around here, Lacrosse Association, is it's mostly geared towards operating programming, where most associations are able to subside on their revenues for ongoing operating costs. We're often for either rec grant or this grant. For these type of associations, you might encourage more capital one-time help, as we did in the past, minor hockey and the soccer association. So it's a conversation we'll have with them, or be directed in a letter of finance and for considerations in the future. But that's staff's comment on that one.
That's great feedback, and I don't know if the other directors agree with that, but I do in regards to these types of grants. There's a couple of exceptions where a little bit of operation can help, but it's usually pretty small amounts, and I agree. It's preferable to stay in capital, and then organizations can demonstrate they can stand on their own 2 feet on the operation side.
So I'm hearing nothing for Blazing Dragons and Lacrosse. Let's start Blazing Dragons paddling. Are we, anyone looking to support? It's a cancer group that runs a paddle boat. Dragon boat, sorry.
And they're asking 1,500.
Yeah.
I'll kick in 1,000.
Then moving on to the Lacrosse Association with their
I'll
ask
put 5 in there.
for lacrosse.
I'll put 5 in Dragons.
Okay, 500.
For the Dragons. They want me to split past. Because Richard threw in 1,000 and they only want 15, so we'll give them the full 15.
And then down to the Lacrosse Association with their ask of 30,000 being a new member application.
I'll give them 1,000. Where are we here?
Comox Valley Lacrosse Association.
Yeah, I'll go to 1,000 as well.
Okay. All right. Next, we have the Comox Valley Land Trust, who we often support, and they've looked at an increase of $5,000 in their ask. And in the past, area A gave 2,500, B 2,500, and C 5,000.
I'll kick in 5,000 again.
And 2,500 on my end.
Let's go 5,000.
Okay, if at any point, Lisa, you're able to scroll down and give us
Yes,
a
can-
subtotal, might be helpful at any point. Directors can ask for a subtotal.
This is any point right now.
Okay, Daniel's out of money.
So just I want to note that the purple line. Lisa, maybe you can walk them through, but the pink line is incorrect and should read with the new sum totals.
Sorry, the purple line is the available.
Lisa will walk us through here.
We should be able to see the headers, right? If you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No headers?
Scroll over.
Maybe expand A? Yeah,
946 is expended. Okay, well, in that case, maybe we just type in line
And which one is the available, like,
Let's just type in a new line
Oh,
under
okay.
line 47, just so we don't mess up any calculations. So yeah, it would be under Denman Island, Lisa, be 14,104. That's what your budget is. You put on line 47, just in case there's, so they can see their current budgets.
and I think the last line is the requisition. James. Oh, I gotcha. It's the remaining. Yeah. Yeah,
14,104.
Got it.
Sorry to walk you through this
Yeah.
in this fashion, but I think
I
it's.
thought we were 104 or something. Yeah, right.
So Hornby Island is $21,061. Can't read my chickens. Electoral area is 52,000. 282. Area B is 439. Electoral area C is 559.
You can borrow money at 5.3%. Area C bank is open.
So the blue line should be your, doesn't look like it's subtotaling. Should have an expended, actually line 44 might be where you see that. Is there something going on with this sheet? Apologize, directors, usually it's set up to go, but there's been a lot of people in this sheet lately.
Should we take another couple minute break here just to get the spreadsheet?
Let's take 5 minutes break.
Okay, thanks.
All right, looks like we got things figured out.
I've got a feeling I'm gonna have another
So apologies for that, Director. We'll just explain what we've done here on this, on the spreadsheet. So the expended is what you've expended so far in today's meeting. And you'll see below that in the pink, when that says budget. So that's your allocated budget for each of the areas. So for example, if you look at Hornby, we haven't had any Hornby references yet. So you'll see under Hornby, there's a 0 expended, and under area A, it says 12,500. And and out of that is a total of 51,000. So anytime you want to check in, you can just ask us, and that should formulate and populate automatically now.
Like I said, Richard, last previous years, we usually come back with other ideas after we see how it all plays out, then we go back before we drop it.
Okay. And we left off at the Comox Valley Land Trust. So next is the Comox Valley Naturalist Society with a request of $2,750. Yeah. This is largely around work around the Punledge River. So.
Well, the Punledge is area C, so give them 1,000.
All right, hearing nothing more, we go.
Well, I'll take in 1,000 for Punledge as well.
Next up, we have the Comox Valley Project Watershed Society, and this is for work related to Couscous.
Yeah, 1,000 for that one.
One.
Sorry, just for clarification, Director Arbor, that's assuming from A, but 1,000 from A?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give them 2 from C.
That's kicking 5 right now.
5K.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, 5,000.
Oh. So next up is the Denman Health Center Society. For a request of 9,200. I think these guys.
That's a new one too.
Yeah.
So on that one. Yeah, this one I won't, I don't know if anyone knows this here, but I believe they're getting funding through our hospital function. And we've doubled it this past year. So I figured I would not fund this one, that they have better opportunity for support through that board.
Through the hospital board, the request to name those additional facilities is still with the ministry. We expect it to come through this year, and then there would be $10,000 to each of those named facilities to be provided in 2023 and going forward. So, but we are still waiting for the ministry to follow through on the naming.
So maybe in their, do we put little comments in the letter, like in the letters back, or Doug? Or?
Yeah, finance will take comments here.
Yeah, so maybe the comment would be precisely what James said, that they can expect a bump from the contribution through the hospital board, and that I intend to, well, I'll speak for myself. You guys don't have to put that in the letter, but I'll keep advocating for funding through that venue.
Next one is the Denman Island Old School Society. And at here, we're actually recommending you decline this because staff are working directly with the waste management group to help advance these building.
Which one is that?
Oh, sorry, we did, yep. So the Denman Island Climate Action Network is the next one.
So we're able to do 500 on that one. They're doing events and networking, and they also have access to funding from Denman Works. So with the high demand on that man, that's what I can do this year.
Okay, and the Denman Island Old School Committee is next. And they have a request for 3,000, but we've been speaking with our colleagues in waste management and understand that they're working with this committee for their asks. So they see it as a waste management function.
Yeah, I saw that in the application. So are you saying that there's hope through waste management to get some support? Because I think they're mostly looking at the actual old school building rather than the I guess we don't really have that information, but they did list waste management in their application. So
Yeah, I forwarded this application to Vivian and she advised us that they'd be working with them directly on these pieces of
on supporting that,
Yeah,
so then we don't need to support it here.
that would be my recommendation at this time. Mark, do you have anything to add? Probably. Okay.
Thank you.
So next is the Denman Island Preschool Society.
Yeah, for this
5,000.
This one I can do 2,000. Some operations and renos, I believe in their application. Let me pull it up. Okay, Poland.
I'll match that.
Yeah, they got higher funding the last few years because childcare was identified as such a need, and things are stabilizing a bit, but we're still seeing more kids on the island, that's for sure. So yeah.
So I think you guys have exceeded their request here. Let me just. Oh no, sorry, 5,000 was last year. They asked for. Okay, Denman Island United Church and Gathering Place.
Thanks. That one, Denman Island United Church. So that's at the top of the hill, and they had, I mean, one part. So they have three parts to their request. One is operation, so I won't fund that. The other was they had to do some renos and heat pump, and I thought, heat pump is right up our alley, so I can fund a little bit towards that portion, $2,000.
Okay, staff's only comment here as the capital improvements to religious owned buildings should be approached with caution, but that's all.
They should which?
Be approached with caution.
Yes. Yeah, and they're not a facility. I believe that's a first time applicant.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of, I think, maybe I won't get in trouble, I hope for that, but I think there's a bit of a revival around that building and the activities. There's a new, I guess you call it pastor or minister, or what do you call it at the United Church? Anyways, there's definitely new, renewed activity, so happy to support it with a little bit of money.
So 2,000.
2,000, yeah.
For
towards the heat pump.
maybe a comment specifically for heat pump in alignment with GSG.
Yes.
Kind of pieces.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, Star Seniors Center is next.
They're new too for us.
And this is around basically programming that you'd find in most seniors centers. They're requesting 5,000.
Is that in Comox? Like,
I think, yeah, that's in Comox. I think it's
That's there. That's where I got married.
It's there. Okay, hearing nothing, I'll move on. So the next one is the Emily Ann Foundation. And this is the one we discussed earlier that they're seeking for mostly to fund purchase of a new vehicle to assist with companionship visits for terminal patients with cancer and others.
Yeah, I think that they're more suited to the, the Community Health Foundation or Comox Valley Foundation. The level of funding they're looking for is well above our means, I think.
You think, guys?
have they submitted to any of the other funds that Daniel's just made mention of?
Oh, that's good.
We don't know. We could look up the where they're funding them from.
Let's quickly check their application. Sometimes they mention who else they've submitted to.
Wouldn't mind throwing a couple of thousand at them, but I mean, I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. I've
think
heard
they're-
of Wheels for Wellness. Are they the same outfit or
I think they're at the Lower Mainland expanding. I'd have
they
to-
come up my way?
So it says on their website that they're a new CRA registered charity.
They're at Parksville, maybe.
But I would note that they don't list their board of directors or staff, so the website is not, to me, like fully fleshed as I'd like to see.
How fast this year?
I think from what I can tell, they're out of Parksville, but they're offer services in the Comox Valley to and fro. So they've raised 10,000 last year towards their goal of 100,000, I guess. Okay, passing, I'm hearing. So moving on to the Eureka Support Society, which is often supported with adult mental health.
Who
groups
gave
in the
Meg that
past.
last year? So I'm in for 5. That's what I gave him last year.
Yeah, last year Area C gave 5 and Area B gave 3.
What did B get last year?
3.
3? Okay, sign us up for 3.
Fanny Bay Salmonid Estuary Society is next with a request for
Oh,
7,750.
Yeah, that's a little too much with the budgets I have, but I can do, what did I write them down for?
Let's see.
2,500.
I'll give him 1,000.
Sign me up for 1,500.
Okay. Farm to Family Meals Service Society.
That's
Or-
on Denman, and they've
that's on-
had some success for sure in delivering meals, so, but again, with my budget, I can do 1,000. And I'll try to connect with them, because I don't know what their long-term plan is, so I'm gonna try to get a meeting with them to better understand where they're heading with it.
How much did you put in, Daniel? Oh, 1?
Yeah, 1,000 from Denman.
I'll do that easy. It's
Sign
just
area.
farm in the word.
Sign Area B up for 1,000 as well, please.
Next up is the Graham Dock Swim Committee.
So that's that's the one I had in mind for the reg grant, and especially because at recreation, people always hear me talk about us investing in outdoor spaces rather than costly build big buildings, and this is definitely but it's interesting, like one question I had probably for staff, we don't need to talk about it today, but I know at Comox Lake, there's always dilemmas. You let people swim in the lake because it provides your water and all the rest of that.
Exactly.
So you said it earlier this morning, the delegation, but I will definitely, actually, I've been, I had a couple of messages from one of the leads on this, so I'll connect with them. And maybe if it fits with management plans and all the rest, if they're not too pressed to get it done this year, maybe I'd recommend it for next year. It's already May, so I don't know if they're planning to redo the dock this summer, but sounded like they were, but we just don't have the funds anyways, so yeah, I'll connect with them for sure.
Would you like the letter to note to look at possible rec grant and rural community grant application next year? Or just one or the other?
Exactly. And when I talk to them, I'll explain the difference and et cetera. There's also the, other than the regional rec grant, they could. I don't know if we're gonna do a review of the Denman and Hornby recreation services themselves, but they're pretty tight budgets, but there could be a discussion there as well.
All right, next up is the Guardians of our Salish Estuary Society. They will primarily focus on Canadian goose egg addling and other restoration work down in estuary. We've supported them in past years. I don't know if they're on our list here, but they were
Maybe a couple of years.
they were
ago.
a late applicant last year. I think we were able to support them still. Yeah, that's probably why they're not on this list.
Give them 1,000.
Area B contribute 5,000 right now.
So, okay, so, this is the coddling of the goose.
Yeah.
Goose eggs. Well, I kind of don't appreciate that. I'll leave it at 1,000.
Do we dare add this comment?
Great Mother Goose will be coming down on me.
I will add this comment reluctantly, but Canadian geese also have impacts on farmers' fields. And
You know, and it tastes pretty good too.
Okay. Reluctantly added that. All right, Hornby Island Housing Society.
Yeah, I can do, this is for a retrofit at the senior center. They have 11 units. They have opportunities to grow more units, but that's a conversation for another day. But for now, I can do 8,000 towards their request. And it will improve the energy efficiency of the existing homes.
Sign area B up for 1,000.
Okay.
Put me down for 375 then.
That's good.
That brings them up to what they want.
Next up is the Indigenous Women Sharing Society. They requested.
Oh, I did not see that one, or I didn't read it.
Sign me up, sign area B up for 5,000 right now. We'll see where we're sitting with their budget later.
Yeah, were they listed last year as Upper Island Women?
There it is.
They are different outfits, actually.
Is Upper Island Women still on here?
I'll put $5,000 in on that too. I think Doris Wisely was part of that.
I think you're correct that they were listed last.
Yeah,
year
they
as
were
that.
funded last year. It's on the for 5,000. Oh no, in 2018 they were funded for 5,000.
Sorry, Director, you've missed your amount.
5.
All right, next up is Little River Enhancement Society. Area B.
I'll go 5.
I'll go 5 as well.
Lisa, do we want to do a check-in? down
We have
below?
the same mind. I was just about to ask.
Can scroll down and see where everyone's at after those are inputted.
So what do we have remaining?
So your
last line? Yeah, thanks.
Can I get you to check the available for the baseline? I'm not sure it's that number. I've been different than that. It says the budget is 51. You sure? Okay. I don't know where I got my number. Okay.
everyone's satisfied with that. Kevin looks right. Okay. So move on to Macaulay Road and Neighborhood Association for 1,500.
Okay. Done.
Thank you very much. I don't know where I got my, oh, it's last year's number.
And next up is the McDonald Wood Society. 1565.
I'll give them 565.
I'll pay the rest.
1,000 area B. Next up is the Mental Health Recovery Partners North Island. I feel like it's
I'll kick in 500.
Sure.
500 for the other 500, Director Grief.
Yep. I'll go for the
Large
Pure C.
I'll go foreign on the avian.
4 on.
I'll go 6 then.
Mars, 4 and 6. Okay. Robinson Lake Property Owners Association. I think this is the first time they applied to. It's kind of a small community.
Is that the lake up Macaulay Road somewhere?
Yeah.
Yep.
They did get nonprofit status, so I did notice.
They have nonprofit status.
I think so. I think
What's the
I'll get
request?
2.
I feel like I checked on that.
What's the request?
I should do it. Roy Creek, is this a new one?
No.
Don't remember Roy Creek.
I feel like they've applied in the past. I don't. You want some more information on it?
Royston.
Yeah, no, I mean, the package.
Oh.
I think I listed 2,000 when I did that this weekend, but I can't remember the application, so I'm just looking for it. Right, there it is. Sorry, just give me 1 second if you don't mind.
Just looking for it in our old ones too, because
Oh, it's salmon. Yeah, the Rock Creek salmon. Yeah, for sure. 2,000. Good.
How much?
Yeah,
2?
yeah.
so in 2021, we did fund them.
Yeah.
I just don't think there was an application last year.
For a big amount, actually. At the
I'll
time.
match.
At the time, they were doing a capital project
match
for
Daniel.
hatchery repair. But
So
That's
that,
up for 2 as well.
so two, okay.
Basically, I guess they're fishing fry out of water that's 27 degrees or something in the middle of July.
Then we have the Strathcona Wilderness Institute Society, and I'll just make a quick comment here. Their primary purpose is to serve the provincial park. However, there is obviously a lot of community benefits to our community from running the building and other
Is this for
things.
the trailhead work they do? Is that
Yeah.
what it's for?
And research a little bit, but it's largely the trailhead work, yeah.
Did we lend them some interns one year?
We did, and I don't recall if they used them fully.
Is this something that we can fund out of our parks?
No, because it aligns with the provincial park mandates, so senior government funding. But they are a nonprofit. We had this conversation a couple of years ago and felt that the rural community grants was the best place to make the application. We do lend them time from our park students at times, or knowledge from our park staff to support some of their initiatives if they're aligned with the park service.
What did we give them last year? Nothing? I don't think it's been a while. I think.
Well, we funded them last year. This is where it's for
Yeah,
5,000.
last year?
Yeah,
For me,
4 from you and 1 from area B.
put down for, unless Richard wants to hold on to some. I'll do 5 then.
No, kick us in. If he did a grant last year, I'm open to doing a grant
Okay.
again next year,
I'll put
for
4.
this year.
Here in 4,001.
The Spark Society.
Hornby Island Spark Society.
yeah, so they inherited the old fire hall and they're running workshops and programs out of there. They have access to other funds too on island, but I think last year I gave 1,000. I don't think I can do more than that this year either. So 1,000.
I'll give them 500.
Okay, next up. We have the Stroke Recovery Foundation Association of BC. And this one's I think these guys were based out of Delta originally, but provide advocacy and education across BC. They're asking for 2,600.
I'll give them 1,000.
All right, next up, we got the Solon River Restoration Society. asking for maybe a typo here, or there's online.
I'll give it
This is
7,000.
Ready to be a kick in 3.
Just know it looks like, Lisa, there's on your spreadsheet there, it should read 10,000. So 23 from 7, okay. Down to the Union Bay Community Club, and this is largely for, just make a note here, that's not really for community hall amenities, it's
For
more
the boat
related
ramp.
to the boat ramp.
Yeah,
It's-
they want to dredge. I think that's good. They do a great job with the boat lounge. So yeah,
Not gonna do much dredging for
happy to
$4,000.
kick in the full 4,000. Assuming they get their DFO permits and all that.
Holy cow. 150th birthday.
Right,
Yeah.
so the Union Bay Historical Society is coming with a big ask this year, and I did meet with them in advance of that. Part of the amount is to make, for accessibility purposes, we know we have to deal with that local government, so they're looking to make the jail museum wheelchair accessible. And they are doing a bunch of renovations to the old building, which those ones I figure would be better covered through our heritage function. So that's the old post office. So I think the feedback on that component would be to wait out and assign it perhaps a different function or have better conversations in the future about it. And then the one that I really like is their board is looking at so with the museum, they've never done anything with First Nation, with Comox or anything like that. And so their last exhibit was the Queen Elizabeth, and now they're doing the RCMP. So it's really old Union Bay, and they have a strong desire to try to build a connection with Comox First Nation. So that's almost non-monetary for that one, but they put in their application, they'd like the support of CVRD, and we know how important Union Bay is going to be. So I've told them I'm happy to try to help build some connections or relations. If it leads to programs, will be it. That'll be up to Comox First Nation and them. But anyways, long story short, I think I can do 12,000. Sorry, is it 12,000? Sorry.
Whoa. Well,
So many documents. Just give me 1 second.
Edwin, if you kick in 5, I'll kick in 5.
Yeah, okay. I'll kick 5,500 in. Top it right up.
What's happening? Okay.
A sucker for heritage.
Okay, well, all right. Well, maybe they won't have to go to the heritage function then. Great.
So you're satisfied with 12? You're satisfied with your 12,000 still?
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
heritage.
Well, it looks like the
Yeah.
fully funds them.
Yeah.
They'll be very happy.
I think. Say last is the Youth Ecological Restoration
Did they
Society.
get rid of the kissing
This
tree
Wendy?
down there?
Yeah, this is
This is Wendy. Okay.
In Union Bay, there's a kissing tree.
I don't know anything about it.
Oh. I'll chat with you a little bit later on about that one.
How much they want? 8?
8, yeah.
What did we give them last year?
Unfortunately, this.
5,000.
5,000. Yes.
Are my numbers carrying down? They don't seem to be carrying down because I'm at 18,000 for the main sound.
I noticed the Merville Hall, they don't get it anymore, do they? They just get the maybe.
Right? I've spent more than 18,000 there, yeah, I'm pretty sure. No, you'll have to fix the formula there.
I might have oversubscribed.
That's okay. We're on the last one here, so maybe just. Well, they're fixing the formula and then we'll be able to go back and check if there's any errors there. So
Yeah,
we have 8,000 here. Last time you guys, area B and C, pardon me, split it 3 ways.
so it should be to F2 to F43, I guess, not 38. That's more like it.
So C is put in 5. Is that right? The last one?
I can do the 3,000. That looks of it. Okay. Is it possible for staff to, like, before we send this, that we get the Excel sheet sent back, like at least either an Excel or PDF? Yeah. To double check everything.
No.
We all done?
I didn't catch it all. We got most of it. Are we comfortable that nothing's been overexpended, Kevin?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. All right. So that concludes the rural community grants. We'll get you a sheet before the board meeting. Distributed to directors through the CAO. Unless you want to revisit anything.
Yeah, and may I make a suggestion to the chair? If this can be sent, and then before the next meeting, maybe we can individually, if we have any adjustment, send it back to staff for consideration. Is that okay?
Sure. So if the committee supports all the notations made here, then Chair can call the question on that motion, and we'll make sure that the PDF gets out to all the directors. And this motion and support would be on the May 23rd board agenda for ratification. But if there's corrections to be made, then we would do so at that time.
Okay. And there's always the Johnny come latelys. Like I don't see the Black Creek Food Bank in here yet.
That's right. Yeah, so we'll also note on that your remainder, so we can. That might help as well, confirm what's left in the future.
Thanks everyone for pulling that out of the ditch like that. Was great. Not easy.
So we're going to vote on receipt of the rural community grant considerations. All in favor? Carried.
And then a motion to approve the spreadsheet.
Are we gonna say the recommendation? Pending review on before the board meeting, so that the 2023 rural community grants be awarded for the amounts as followed. You want to say pending review before the board on the 23rd?
Yeah, I think just a motion to support the spreadsheet that you just worked on there would be fine, and then
Okay.
and then we'll make sure that's distributed to you prior to the board meeting.
So we have a motion. All carried. Thank you. So that was did we vote on it now, or?
Yeah.
We were good? Okay. All carried. Thank you.
Proceed with fund allocation. For the smaller amounts.
Edwin? Second?
I'll put it on the table. I'll support that.
Thank you. Then through the chair and to the committee members, the Lucy Wacharek is here to reintroduce the staff report. There's some additional information and some clarity provided. And Lucy, I'll turn the microphone over to you. Thanks.
Thank you. So through Chair Hardy to the directors, I do have a short presentation to just go through this for you today to facilitate our continued discussion over this. Thank you, Lisa. So just a few comments about where we are in this process to get to those endorsed allocations. So with the report coming before EASC on April 17th, the directors considered the recommendations and some other projects. We had discussions and made a decision to defer the item. At the April 18th meeting of the CVRD board, the Growing Community Fund allocation report was provided for information. Discussion of recommended allocations occurred and other projects were discussed at that board as well. I have pulled together additional information for directors into the report included in today's agenda. And any resolution coming from today will be included within the next CVRD board meeting in late May. Final endorsement of allocations can be done at that time. So more time can be taken, however. The CVRD board has until December 31st, 2023 to finalize the allocations. And if the board wishes to give endorsement to some projects today, staff can come back at a later date just to complete this process with the board. In total, the amount of the grant available is $4,497,000. This table here on the right shows the population figures used to calculate 3 of those 4 components of the grant. Your report has laid out options for consideration into 3 sections, and they are the recommendations that were coming from EMT, a list of alternative uses coming from discussions at the 2 board meetings, and further email communications with the Deputy CAO. And lastly, I added a table with additional projects for your consideration. So since the last meeting, staff had gained further clarification on eligible uses. There is more detail in the report, however, just to touch on a few points briefly. The infrastructure and or amenity being considered must be owned by the CVRD. With the exception of 2 specific conditions, we cannot contribute these funds to a third party. For affordable housing type uses, the CVRD would have to be undertaking the construction of that housing project in order to be eligible. And in the case of the current support ask from Search and Rescue, that is to build their new facility, this is not an applicable use of Growing Communities funds. This grant agreement ends in 5 years, and therefore it's just important to allocate to projects that can reasonably be completed within that time frame as well. Alternative uses of these grant dollars were discussed at the meeting last month and through email correspondence with the Deputy CAO, and I've just summarized them here for you. So as I mentioned already, the affordable housing initiatives and search and rescue were brought up. Collaborations with other municipal property over specific community needs was discussed at the CVRD board meeting. Active transportation as a top strategic goal was mentioned multiple times. There are a number of projects within the list here that do support this initiative. We talked about connectivity breaks in Lazo Trail, and a further email went out to directors on this topic. And in summary, this Greenway project is not in need of additional grant funding at this time. The need for improvements at the Hornby boat launch was brought up, and staff looked into this item further as well. The CVRD holds a provincial license to operate this boat launch. However, we don't own it. The fund cannot be used to assist here. And lastly, a cursory review of an agriplex was identified. This specific item is not been identified as a CBRD priority. However, supporting the planned assessments for recreation strategy could be considered, as this work aligns with the potential for dry floor space in the future, which could support agricultural events. And just a reminder, this particular Growing Community Fund grant can't be used for some of these uses here. However, you do have your community works funds as well. That's a little more open, like we talked about last time, and you are already aware of. Okay, the next couple of slides just will just summarizes some of the projects that have been put forward, and I'll just talk about them briefly as we go through. Okay, so what's here on this slide is the 11 proposed EMT projects. I did add 2 columns to the information, as I think it'll just help to gain more of a holistic picture of what is occurring more specifically, and how the community grants allocations is layered in to assist each one of these projects. Okay. So as a top priority, we have 3 rural fire services needing significant investment in aged fire halls at this point in time. For the $2 million Denman Island Fire Hall project, $850,000 is proposed to come from Growing Communities Fund. And this table tells us that we also currently have $300,000 in community works grants already planned for this particular project. When I say planned, it's included in your endorsed financial plan right now. The additional $600,000 of Growing Community Funds proposed for the Mount Washington Fire Hall will allow for this project to proceed without short-term borrowing. That's planned in the remainder part of this project. 1.2 million is already budgeted for community works funds on this project. Union Bay is a $3 million project, which is currently planned with debt, all debt. If we use the $1,195,000 recommended for Growing Community Funds, and we also have a proposed amount in the report that's scheduled next in your agenda of 1.1 million of community works funds. This community, Union Bay, will not have to deal with the costly interest to the future, which also puts stresses on their budget to the future. You may have gathered a bit of a theme from myself as recommendations where we do have areas where we have projects that are funded with debt. It's a great place to apply available grants that you have where we can, avoiding having to take on debt. Projects 4 to 7 identify various trails. The Seal Bay project is expected to cost $650,000 overall, and it has community works funds already applied. Regional recreation is identified as this service needs help with asset replacement and affordability. The proposed $422,000 in Growing Community Funds will specifically cover at the Aquatic Center, new roof, and hot water tanks. And lastly, as mentioned last meeting, the add-on to the sewer conveyance project and the potential to address additional office space needs, and $25,000 proposed for the Hornby Freestone Breezeway, and this particular small project has already been accomplished. And I have a last slide here, which was the table we added into your report for potentially identifying some other projects that you may want to consider, and hopes to help with your decision, this important decision to allocate out these funds. Okay, the projects on this list are currently within your financial plan. This is where we drew the projects from primarily. And of course, you can also consider things outside of your financial plan if you would like to. So there are additional water sewer type needs here. For the Black Creek Oyster Bay groundwater expansion project, this $400,000 project is currently funded with $300,000 in community works funds, and there's $100,000 coming from reserves. A further allocation of grants coming from the Growing Community Funds would further help out this service by allowing that $100,000 to remain in reserves, and it can help the service out into future budgets. For the $125,000 Jackson Drive sewer project, which currently has $60,223 budgeted with community works funds, The 65,000 you see here in red on the screen is recommended for additional community works funds. And this will allow this project to move forward fully funded with grants. Same situation for King Coho project, where 60,000 in community works funds for this project is being proposed. The South Sewer Extension Project, Extension Project, that's an expansive project, as we all know, which will bring widespread benefit. There is a recommendation within the next report in the agenda to apply an additional $1,250,000 to this particular project. Royston Water, another important water infrastructure project. It currently has 836,000 in community works funds allocated to it. Plus, it also has other grant dollars that it is drawing from. Graham Lake is a bit tricky at this point since we don't have fully fleshed out plans on how to deal with that important new service that has come on. So it's just a little difficult at this time. So those are the additional water and other underground type services that are there. We've also added from a regional recreation perspective, there's multiple asset management needs for both the exhibition grounds and recreation facilities. And here are just a few projects currently within the financial plan. For the exhibition grounds, market field and road access upgrades, secondary entrance work and trailhead parking. The aquatic center will have their wave and main pool filters replaced at a cost of $400,000. The sports center will need its roof replaced. This project at a projected cost of $300,000. The mezzanine needs upgrading as well. These projects are currently planned with savings in reserves. So again, any grant dollars here will help alleviate pressures to the future for these services. An overall CVRD need, which also could be considered, is an allocation to fiber connectivity. In over 2 years, the cost of fiber is planned at $1.4 million. It's an expensive thing to do. On this particular slide, I've just added this here just to circle into what feels to me to be 4 main principal areas which have emerged as recommendation and alternatives have been considered over the last month. I do believe there's a good balance between projects so far being considered, and we can see from this slide as there's a lot of cross categories that the projects come into, hitting more than one of those main principles that have come up. Grants help local governments to manage financial strain, and a number of services struggling with sustainability have been identified. We are addressing the main purpose of the grant by dealing with local government infrastructure and amenities, and as well projects bringing benefit to both electoral areas and the region as a whole. And that ends my presentation, and with the help of the other EMT colleagues in the room and Kevin, we're happy to discuss any of the projects put forward or other ones that you may have on your minds today. And as I'm saying, not necessary for us to allocate out the whole amount, but if there's a level of comfort that we can zero in on, that comes forward to the CVRD board for further consideration, that can occur as well. Thank you.
Edmund?
Thanks very much. Going off the old figures there, does stick in my craw, of course, that the province of BC doesn't have a level playing field between municipalities and electoral areas. We basically have to, in this case, give about 35% of all our money to regional facilities. And yeah, we need approval from the board for everything. So what we have is about 48% of the money going to Area C or Area A, about 13.5% to area C and about 4.5% to area B, going off the original numbers. Now, that's okay, as we're not splitting hairs here, but I think at the very least, when you get this kind of a windfall of money, and you're only allowed to spend a little over half of it on actual EA issues or EA projects, I think we have to be absolutely certain that what we do supports core basic local government services. I know it's, you know, we all love our trails and our parks and our active transportation networks and all of that. But I mean, if the money's going to go where it's needed most, then it should go into real core services like your fire departments, like water. I mean, not the big four, right? So I don't know how you guys feel, but for me, this is kind of a once in a term anyway opportunity to actually support these core services and facilities when they need them most. So, you know, you talk about the Graham Lake thing this morning. You know, there's a real need there. It's not going to fall from senior government because they've already got their little bit from that. So, you know, I don't know what the rest of you guys feel like, but I'm really not ready to make a decision on this. I'd like to hear the other directors on what they think about this and what we can do to actually maximize the input on this stuff. Because the next item, of course, is our federal, our Canadian Community Works Fund. So, you know, it's another one too. So these kind of play together. And we're playing with some big numbers. We know inflation is making any kind of construction extremely expensive. So I don't know. I mean, the more bang we can get for our buck, if we just spitter it all away like buckshot, you don't want that. You want a precision bullet. You want to actually hit the things that will make a real difference on. So, I mean, I've got a few pet projects in Area C, some of them mentioned up there. But where is the most need? Where would it have the biggest impact? You know, and not being territorial because, you know, we're all in this together and all that. But you hear me talk about Area C sometimes being sort of the cash cow because so much money leaves and so little things actually go into Area C. The things that do go in, though, are the Merville Fire Hall and Mount Washington Fire Hall and things like that. So, you know, and yeah, we've got a few parks, but a lot of that is just because of the opportunities that presented themselves with the land acquisition and the land dedication. So, yeah, I'm just going to sit back and see if anybody else has some brilliant ideas here. But I'm looking at, you know, Denman Fire Hall, $850K, Union Bay Fire Hall. Now, maybe Daniel can explain to me because I think the development is supposed to. Are they just buying the land and donating the land? Are they? They're not putting any money in it. The Denman Trail, well, trails are trails. Royce and Greenway, well, it's. I think it is there, but. I don't know. I'll just sit back and see what you guys think. But I think we have to zero in on the real key issues that bring really emergency services and essential services to the public, regardless of where they live.
Thanks, Edwin. Yeah, I do see the importance of the fire halls, you know, having those projects. approved and funded right away. I guess a question for staff would be in regards to the rural communities or the CVRD making contributions towards the recreation complexes for 420, the additional office space for 500,000, and the sewer conveyance project for 600. I'm just wondering again, when we look at, like, if I'm understanding Edwin correctly in regards to the recreation complexes of funds of 422,000 being put forward towards that, are the other local governments who've received the same amount of funds or similar amount of funds making a contribution towards the recreation complex as well for the amount of 422,000?
Through the chair, and just a point of clarification to your question, are you wondering whether the other municipalities are contributing some of their growing community funds to that particular item, rec facilities, for example? The answer to that is no. I am not aware of the other municipalities flowing any dollars this way regionally.
So, I'm just again wondering why, again, for if we're going to kick in some money towards the recreation roof, the aquatic center roof, and hot water tanks, I'm just wondering why the other governments who are receiving the similar, or if not more dollars, if they would not be contributing to that as well. Like, to me, it would make sense that split it 4 ways. Village of Cumberland, Town of Comox, City of Courtenay, and CVRD all split that cost. Like, to me, that would be, more reasonable. And the same with the sewer conveyance project. And with regards to the additional office space, because again, City of Courtenay utilizes the building here as well as the Town of Comox and Village of Cumberland. So I'm just wondering again, that's almost $1.5 million that we're talking about here. That's what a third of what's been provided to the CVRD is going towards these 3 services, for lack of a better word, and not seeing any contribution from the bigger communities. I'm just wondering about that. So I guess I would have a hard time right now saying, I'm good with what's being proposed here when we're putting a third of our budget back into CVRD infrastructure. Thanks.
Just a couple further comments on from a regional recreation perspective and why it's here as a recommended project coming forward. Regional recreational facilities is a service that's shared by all 3 of the municipalities and all 3 of the electoral areas. So by driving some dollars to that particular service, then it brings benefit to everyone from that perspective of keeping that keeps the costs down in that service. So that was one piece of why it was one that filtered to the top and is here on your list. And secondly, I totally understand the premises of trying to ensure, we've got this $4 million grant that's come our way and trying to find this equity across all of our rural areas. The flavor of that grant is also regional as well. So it was just another piece as we were trying to balance the projects that are here before you, that we're looking for that mix of here's projects that bring very specific benefits across your electoral areas. And here's projects that also are regional in nature as well. So it was finding that piece of balance in there. And then also, as Director Grieve, you've mentioned, it's that those very absolutely critical local government services and ensuring that we are making a high priority, and they were the highest priority, fire and water services, right? And looking for affordability. So that's one comment on, why you're seeing those projects on there. There's also, it was one of those areas for me, new to your budget, that service is struggling financially. And grants always help us as local governments in those places where we're struggling financially as well. So it was one factor, maybe specifically for myself in bringing that particular one forward. And my only other comment on the ones office space, for example, the ones that are administrative in nature, and I understand generally they're not going to be the ones that float to the top. It's if we're from an office space perspective, our administrative, the cost of administration is something that gets spread across all of our services. And again, any dollars that are grant dollars that are driven in that realm is something that helps everybody from a tax perspective across all services. And I don't know details from the perspective of Courtney actually using this particular room. I don't know if there's a cost recovery that comes from that or not, or if it's just an open agreement that we share public space.
So if I could, before you, Daniel, so again, I guess I'm looking at, like I said, there's a third of the dollars that are being directed towards the CBRD are being put towards 3 big ticket items. And I'm just wondering if it's worth going back to the larger communities and saying, look, here's, is there the ability to share in those costs? So it's not just the CBRD that's doling out $1.5 million here that, maybe it could be split amongst, like I said, all 4 communities. Mm-hmm. If that's something that's something willing to have a conversation about. Thanks. James?
Sure, thanks. I think if I can, yes, it's something the committee can put forward and ask the member municipalities about. Feedback that we've had at a staff level is that there are already capital priorities and projects at municipalities, and they haven't indicated necessarily that they would be willing to partner in that way. I think also when you look at these services in particular, they are services of the regional district with all parties together, so they are regional in nature, and they would rightfully fall to the CBRD in terms of a funding source and expenditures, and so that's why we're trying to find that balance between some of those rural priorities and some of those regional initiatives being presented here. Just comment on the additional office space. You're right, there is a shared use of this facility for Courtney council meetings, and of course the board as a whole and all the committees work out of this space. The consideration for office space really is for those regional district staff to service the rural services, but also the regional services, given some of the pressures that are being faced in just in terms of space and capacity.
Director Harper?
Yeah, thanks. I agree with Chair Hardy here. If you look at the corporation, we do host the region and a number of large services, for example, the sewage and the water services, which are some of our biggest cost drivers at the regional district, and those are very much municipality focused. But I think as rural directors, the way we read the allocations as well is, as Chair said, they're getting money as well, and everyone's getting money. And part of the rationale was looking at population, and so which leads an elected official to think, well, it's our population, it's not. The municipalities have their own population and their base rate and the rest of that, right? So what I'm not hearing is that it doesn't sound like there's been meetings between our staff and municipal staff to really explore pooling of resources, as Chair Hardy said. And I know Director Kerr talked about that when at the board level, when he said, hey, it's great, his first term. So let's put everything into housing, right? Let's put 20 million into housing. And I loved it in a way. And then you start thinking about all our corporate priorities. But I don't think there's been an effort to indeed have that conversation with the municipalities to say, okay, you know what, we've gone for the aquatic center and the arena, the mezzanine, and we've applied now for 2 rounds of grants through the COVID period, and we were declined on both, and we want to do the work. How about we all chip in a little bit from our funds, with the dollars that they're getting? That I don't see any, so we're not seeing any pooling of resources between 4 jurisdictions. And I think I agree with Chair Hardy that would be nice to see, especially if we're the only ones that are being asked to contribute to a service that is regional. when this office was built, I think the rural areas committed 1.5 million. They ended up putting 1 million because the building only cost less. It cost 10 million rather than 11 million. Today it'd be like 25 million. Maybe it was 14 million. Anyways, only the rural areas provided part of their community works funds to the project, and the rest was debt finance with all the participants. And I raised that point when I was in year one, which is why, well, indeed, like Courtney's going to use it as their, well, this room and all the rest of it. So it does feel like, you know, we're the only ones putting into the shared assets. Okay. So maybe what we land on this, and then the other one, I can't speak about the sewer conveyance project. My understanding was maybe that was to benefit Area B, but I might have gotten that wrong. I don't know if staff want to comment. And while Mark gets to the mic, I'll make my comment on the other one. With the additional office space, you know, it's right now it's hard to attribute 500,000 when all we have is one line. We don't have a concept like, are we going to build an office space in Black Creek or at Little River? Are we going to take over part of school? Like, I can't put 500,000 on one line without any kind of descriptor, right? So I'll let Mark talk and then I'll just have a final comment around what that sewage conveyance project line item is.
Yeah, thank you very much. Through the CEO and through the chair, I think we probably picked a bad title for this particular recommendation. So although it says sewer conveyance project, the 600,000 that could be allocated here, it doesn't have anything to do with installing the infrastructure associated with that project, like the pipe, the excavation, you know, the repair of the roadway that the pipe goes under. That's all the responsibility of the Sewage Commission as part of the conveyance project. What we've allocated here is funding that would be focused on benefiting Area B. So as that project moves through, what kind of enhancements can be made to, you know, trails, active transportation. There's already a project that's going to connect through that area to connect the town with Lazo Road. So there's another project where we'll work with Parks to look at that project. Can it be enhanced in a way that makes it even better for pedestrians and cyclists and active transportation? So that was the focus of this. It's confusing because the title says sewer conveyance project as if it's funding that project, but that's not what it's for. It's to look for those opportunities as that project moves through to make things better for Area B residents. Yeah, hopefully that helps. Thanks.
Did you want me to finish my comments or? Yeah, that's kind of what I'd read between the lines, that there was something going on there, but it was not for necessarily the big project. Whether it's of value to Area B, I don't know. That's for you, Chair Hardy, to determine. But what I would say is, you know, for feedback, and that was an option our CFO gave us, which is, you know, I'd be prepared to just hold back on those, especially those two items, the Comox Valley Recreation Complex and the additional office space. And to see, and just to follow up with what Chair Hardy is saying, just to test the appetite of our municipal partners. And in relation to the office space, just also provide the community with more information around what that is, whether it's an addition to the building or whether we'd be renting space or restore the train station so we can have some of our staff parked there. You know, I don't know, right? There's just, we don't have enough information. And for the recreation complex, it'd be nice to, like, something I always love to do last term in area, and I'll continue to love to do, is to leverage it further, right? What if that 422 can anchor another application for the funds for the recreation facilities? Whether it's, I don't know about the stackable rules around this particular pot of fund from the province, but how about if we use it as an anchor to for a federal application or something like that, if there's monies available, and then see if Courtney, even if they put in some nominal amounts to show that they're there, that we're not just the rural areas funding the aquatic center renovation. So I would just say for today, we don't need to nix them, but maybe to not formally allocate those two until we get a bit more information. That'd be my thought. I don't know, Chair Hardy, if you had further thoughts.
Thanks. Those are great points. I did have another question for either Mark or Lucy, and that was in regards to, again, the conveyance project. So understanding that we were looking earlier at Lazo Road Trail and understanding that that project's already been funded, is that correct? Or funds have been allocated for that?
Yeah, through the chair. That project isn't in need of any funding right now. There's a grant and they're doing the detailed work around trying to determine which portion of it is Comox, which portion of it is CVRD. And generally speaking, there's enough grant dollars there right now.
Okay, thanks. So my question again, going back to Mark then, is again with regards to, again, trying to understand the sewer conveyance project. And we made mention of making things a little bit better for Area B in regards to that particular project. And just understanding like why, like I would imagine that whatever is committed by the sewer commission would have already have taken that into account with regards to funds being directed towards Area B to do those improvements. So I'm just wondering, again, not fully understanding the total budget for the sewer conveyance project. Well, are there funds already in that project in regards to ensuring that there's the interests of Area B are being taken care of there? So I'm just wondering, do we really need that 600,000 allocated towards Area B projects when the sewage commission, I would think, with their word, would have that already taken into account?
Yeah, I think the sewage commission has put a lot of energy into addressing the neighbors' concerns about protecting groundwater. They've implemented policy around protecting groundwater. They've worked with property owners on addressing their concerns of having a right-of-way pass under and through their properties. So there's been a lot of work with Area B and a lot of focus in that regard. I think what we would look for these monies to do is as the road work happens in the area, it's just put back to kind of the way that it was, right? So if the road is dug up for excavation required for the project, then it's put back together the way that it was beforehand. It's repaved. So this money would look for opportunities to enhance that, to make it better for the area. So I'm sorry that I can't identify the individual things that would happen, but it could be if there's a gravel shoulder, then maybe it could be paved if that's better for the community. So those were some of the things that we were thinking about, but I don't have like a detailed listing of what they are. And those are above and beyond what the project would have done. Like the project has done a lot to address the concerns of residents, but hasn't enhanced the, say, roadway or shoulders or that sort of thing in the area beyond just repairing what was originally there.
Once again,
sorry, James, did you want to add something there before?
Only that if it's helpful for the directors, if there is interest in bringing back additional information on some of these projects, we can certainly do that. I appreciate that there's not a lot of information on a few of these. And so if that would be helpful as this process moves along, I think Lucy mentioned an alternative could be to allocate some of the funds and then hold some back, and we can provide more information around what additional projects might look like and articulate that a bit better if the committee wants to go in that direction.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Once again, I would caution frittering this all away on planting free trees at the exhibition ground or making nice what used to be a ground where they laid a sewer pipe. These are things that we can easily spend money on. But I would think, once again, that if we're going to make the best use of this, it should be for, real shovels in the ground right now, do it facilities and not get carried away. And insofar as getting municipal buy-in on all of this, I would tell you that that ship's already sailed. They've got the money spent already. And, you know, Jonathan Kerr, a great guy, but he is a newbie, and I think he's a little bit Pollyanna to think that the staff at the city or the town of Comox, let alone the city of Courtenay, haven't had this discussion, have this stuff all put to bed by now. I would think that after receipt, we'll see if Daniel wants to bring it forward, but we should defer this topic for future consideration. We've already heard that we have to have it put to bed by the end of the year. We can certainly do better than that. But once again, I don't think you're going to get too much in the way of municipal partnership on this because they don't have to.
Carver?
I would give up hope, especially on the recreation complex. I think if we said, you know, we have a need of 422 and we'd like the municipalities to come up with 200, so that leaves the rural areas with 200, even if we don't go the 4-way split, I'm sure that with the amount of money, they could probably between the 3 municipalities find a couple of 100,000, and then we feel better about it. I would be actually, I think, Director Grief's comment, I think a lot of the projects are indeed, and that's the first thing I saw. I'm like, oh my God, these are all in, like, a couple of exceptions. I mean, the Royston Greenway viewing stand, parks and recreation is definitely in the core of local government, but you know, that one is, but the other ones, all the fire halls, I think that I think the staff did a good job of, especially with the restriction of the fund in regards to absolutely having to have it in CVRD asset. You know, I think that it meets, in my opinion, a lot of Director Grief's criteria and mine around not being frivolous about it. So, but I would also say, you know, I think I would move these things today, but holding a couple of things back. And the reason is I think that in capital planning, or well ahead of October and November, I think it's good for the executive management team. And by the way, when you do public presentation, just write executive management team, because I think if the public watches, they'll be like, oh, the emergency management team has met on this, right? So yeah, I think it probably helps if we have some confidence that a lot of these key projects, the fire hall, a lot of those that are up there are going to proceed. I would say let's start to log them in, but holding back those 2 or 3 that Chair Hardy highlighted, pending further information. And then if these don't pan out, then maybe we will have an extra $1 million to allocate elsewhere if we're not happy with how these projects are panning out. But it gives staff a runway to start on some of these that we want to happen, and at the same time to bring back more information on others. So if the other 2 directors are amenable, I'd be fine with moving forward with the bulk of them.
Let's vote on receipt. All in favor?
You want me to attempt the recommendation?
I'll make a stab at it. In order to get this thing started, I think we should isolate it into the must-haves, the need-to-haves. So I propose the Denman Fire Hall for $850K, Union Bay Fire Hall for $1,195K. As far as trails and greenways and free stores, that's nice. Goose Pit, Seal Bay, a parking lot. How does that, you know, it's parking lots are nice, but I would definitely move the Mount Washington Fire Hall for $600K. Now, as far as the rest of it goes, and office space, don't we have the Union Bay Improvement District building still down in Royston? It's a nice view there too. You know, somebody might want to work out of that one, but I'd put those forward first. And then we can find out from staff if are we missing one?
Could I suggest the yellow be green Just a green, yellow, red. So then you got priorities, primary, secondary, and tertiary.
Green is a go. Okay.
Yellow can be secondary.
But does it have to be out of that list? Because we have an auxiliary list as well.
Mhm.
There was some talk about the Black Creek Oyster Bay water system. Now we know that some of that's going to have to be directed into regional services and regional parts, but and the staff can bring back, they can reach out to staff and see if there's any appetite out there. I have my doubts, but never hurts to try.
Lucy.
Thank you through the chair. Just for clarity on a couple other ones. So for the one that's there as sewer conveyance project, 600,000, we will bring back more information on that project as well as office space, the $500,000, and regional recreation. The regional recreation, we are doing a check-in with our municipal partners on that one, whether they would actually do any contributions. We'll bring you back a definite yes or no on that and some information. I'm sure that they have a list of their own pressures that they'll probably communicate to us. Okay, so, and that leaves more of your recreation type ones, whether you want those to move forward as a recommendation now or wait, or not at all.
Edmund.
I think it's Daniel's turn.
That sounds pretty good. And I think I don't mind unless the chair wants to do it tomorrow, but I realize that this list may go to the board tomorrow again.
I think the intent here is that if the committee passes a recommendation today, it will go to the May 23rd board minutes or board meeting with the EASC minutes for ratification. So
it's not.
I would suggest the initial motion would be the green items.
Yeah.
And then the others would be the referral to staff.
So they're not on the agenda for tomorrow. Not for tomorrow.
Not on the agenda tomorrow.
The reason I raise it is that politically speaking, in support of staff, we could speak to the recreation specifically. In fact, we could speak to the recreation at the May 14th meeting. And the way I would frame it for the three of us is to say, we are contemplating a contribution to the recreation service, and politically, how do people feel? Would your municipality be interested in making a small contribution, and then see what kind of a response we get? I think we could get a positive response. So so I'm in favor. So we would pass the 3 today, and then the rest come back. And then in this document, it's correctly stated, but on the sheet, it said the Hornby Island Free Stone covered breezeway. It's free store, so it's correct there. But somewhere else in the presentation or elsewhere, it was it was very Hornby-like. Thanks.
If I could suggest 2 resolutions, one being the first one ending with the Union Bay Fire Hall replacement project.
So
See that money getting so much more attractive put into some other big ticket services.
Daniel.
I don't want to belabor. It's already 4 o'clock and we have more items, but oh yeah, staff bring back information on the parks as well. Perfect. that's because I think some of those, I'm actually tempted to say I'd pass them, but I agree with the other two directors. Let's get more information.
Clarity. I
Lucy?
just have one point of clarity, please. So for the list, which includes our recreation ones plus the additional space and the sewer conveyance, you'd like us to bring this table back additional information on those projects. I just want to make one point about that list. The two items, sewer conveyance project, 600,000, the additional office space, absolutely. It was flagged as these are preliminary type projects out there, not in your existing financial plan. The rest of those projects are. So whether or not they get grant funding or not, they are going ahead. They're in your existing plan right now. So, I mean, we're happy to bring you back more information on them, but they are already endorsed and in your financial plan, and they are moving forward. And my second wondering is if there's anything else that other than what you're seeing on that list there, that this particular committee would like to have considered.
I guess, we went through budget for 2 months and we saw so many items. So I know they've come across our table, but what I don't have is a sense of relativity. I don't know if for those it pays the full cost or just partial cost, if it's a big saving, you know what I mean? Like, so it could be like one slide per project. Demoline Cross Trail, 25,000 contribution. It's a $250,000 project, or 25,000. It's a 25. Like, we don't have enough, I think, to go on. So just one slide per project would be sufficient for me.
We can provide that.
Yeah.
So we have a motion.
So motion to do the motion receipt first, or just to vote?
Able to vote on the.
Able to vote? Okay. So vote on recommendation. Recommendation, is there two recommendations or just one, sorry? Two. Okay, so vote on recommendation number 1. All in favor? Carried.
Second.
So we'll vote on recommendation number 2. All in favor? Carried. Whew, that's hard work. Thank you, Lucy, for your patience.
Community works.
After 5 o'clock, I'm on overtime. I've been here since 9. Do we have any space we can for the rest of it, or do you want to? We got an in camera as well, right? It's going to be locking the doors here in 26 minutes. We do have that special Black Week Oyster Day coming up.
Yeah.
Good meeting on that day.
Up to the committee if you'd like. We could schedule a special EASC meeting following the Black Creek Oyster Bay on May 15th, a week from now. It would be an afternoon meeting. Or you can continue on, and I think staff can support the presentation of materials here now.
How quickly can we get through the next one? 17. It's a report, right?
Discussion all over again, isn't it?
Oh, sorry.
Well,
Yeah, we're talking community works fund. Yeah.
because they play in together.
Like, one distinction with the Community Works Fund is that it's a funding source that you're much more familiar with. You've had it in front of you many times, and so those funds are fairly regular in that sense. But we'll take the committee's direction if you want to defer for a week. That can be done also.
Suggestion.
So just a suggestion, because we are getting mentally tired a little bit. If it's in a week from now, maybe we could do defer just the community works, but do the other item, the 17, the buildings. And then if by next week we can bring that one slide per project, we might be able to do it all, right? And community works and the other one, and that way we'll be caught up to speed. So just as, but we could finish the rest of the agenda because I think even if 18 looks intimidating, I don't think it's going to take that long either, personally.
So you want to defer this one?
Yeah, just defer the one item on committee works to next week. Special meeting next week.
Yeah.
All in favor?
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. So we're deferring 16, is that right? Yeah.
Okay, move 17.
Second.
Oh, that's what it's there. Oh, my God.
Mr. Chair, the item number 17 here, item number 17 here, Amanda Zinski is here to present this report and provide information for the directors. So Amanda.
Thank you through the deputy CEO to the chair. Try again. Through the deputy CAO to the chair. This report is to advise of the regional district's ability to register a notice on a property title, advising that the property may be in breach of our bylaws specific to building or BC building code regulations. A notice on title is a purposeful tool to inform any interested party that there are outstanding building compliance issues with a particular property that are serious enough to merit notice. It is also an effective tool to gain compliance with Comox Valley Regional District's bylaws, specifically building. Notices on title have been used very sparingly in the CVRD electoral areas in recent years. In some instances, this has contributed to a perception that building in contravention of the building regulations in the electoral areas can be undertaken without consequence or further follow-up. Bylaw compliance, building, and planning staff spend a considerable amount of time with buyers and sellers who are not aware of the breach, often being many years old, and then struggle to obtain insurance and/or financing due to lack of building permits. These files can be lengthy and take up considerable staff time to achieve compliance, taking staff time away from working on applications of other property owners who are following the building application and inspection process as required. First and foremost, prior to considering the placement of a notice on title, the CVRD's efforts are put into working with owners to voluntarily bring the property into compliance with the applicable legislation and any required permits. Placing a notice on title and seeking compliance through legal action minimizes the CVRD's exposure to risk by fulfilling our obligation of duty to warn and demonstrates it has taken appropriate steps with a policy decision. Where there is a known life safety infraction, the notice also demonstrates the CVRD has taken appropriate steps in the interest of public safety. This report today is for information only. However, the Electoral Area Services Committee should expect on a more regular basis reports on their agendas that are recommending notices for those properties where compliance has not been achieved and when there is a known life safety infraction. And I can answer any questions on that process. Have any?
Daniel?
Yeah, thanks for the report. And I think that would be great if we can, that can help a little bit with some of the problems we're facing, and that you can bring that forward and get more regular reports. That sounds good to me. Yeah.
Evan? Okay, so we'll just vote on receipt. On the report, all in favor? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Amanda.
Move 18.
Move 18.
Mark, if you want to take, there you go, yeah. Mark Harrison is here to introduce the staff report on the proposed amendments to the Electoral Area Parks Regulations bylaw and answer any questions. Mark.
Thank you, James. Yeah, I'll try to make this quick. I know it's been a long day for you guys. The park staff is looking to propose amendments to parks regulation bylaw to bring newly acquired parks and trails into our parks bylaw so we can ensure that we can actually enforce our bylaws, and to also confirm some park names. So on that, we have the following proposed that we want to add. We want to add the 40 hectares of land as park in the Union, as part of the Union Bay Estates development, that get added to our bylaw. And we allow a equestrian use on the multi-use trails only within that park. We're also seeking approval to seek input from Comox First Nation on a park name. And we're also looking to have that park be referred to as Union Bay Nature Park, subject to future Comox First Nation consultation. Secondly, we'd like to add the trail along Back Road that's currently being referred to as Back Road Greenway, that gets added to our bylaw, and that we further seek approval to seek input again from Comox First Nation on a name for that trail. So that, and lastly, that it be referred to as Back Road Greenway, subject to further Comox First Nation consultation. And I just want to clarify, the reason that we're looking for that is that we need to have some sort of name in order to add the park or the trail into our system. So that's why that's being brought forward that way. Thirdly, that we got 16 hectares of land donated for our park from Christopher Investments. That's Maris Nature Park, that get added to our bylaw, and that it also requires leashing of pets within this park. Just to clarify, for those parks that don't say leashing is required, that means that it's leashing optional. That means the dogs still need to be under control, but they can be off the leash. The fourth one was a 29.4 hectare piece of land acquired as park known as Spike Road Park, that be added to the bylaw, and that it allows for equestrian use of those trails within that park and requires leashing of pets. And further, that we seek approval to seek input from the Comox First Nation on a park name. Next, 0.45 hectares, so a small piece of land dedicated as park in the Saratoga Beach area, that get added to the bylaw. And then it requires leashings of pets within that park, and then it be named Wilford Road Conservation Area. And the reason we didn't bring that forward as an option to bring forward to the Comox First Nation, just because of the very large or very small size of that park. And then finally, the last two are just extensions of existing parks. So that's in the Schultz Road area, one being an extension of Schultz Greenway, and the last one being an extension of Saratoga Park. So happy to answer questions if you have any.
Yes, thanks. It's great to see close to 200 acres of parks being added right now. So obviously a lot of success and activity in the Parks Department, and I'm fine with all the names and understand why you have to tag them. And I think it's great that we'll consult with Comox First Nation in the future if we want to have another name for some of these parks. So good work. It's pretty exciting.
So not having any more questions, or don't see any more questions?
Just going to say ditto. Thanks, Mark.
So we're moving on receipt on report. Vote on receipt. All in favor? Carried.
Second.
So we've received any questions, comments? Want to move to vote? All in favor? Recommendation number 1.
Second.
Thank you. Any conversations? Recommendation number 2. All in favor? All
3. Second.
All in favor? Carried.
4. Second.
All in favor? Carried.
Second.
All in favor? Carried. Do I need to keep saying vote? Shake?
Okay. All the same every time.
Number 6.
706.
All in favor? Carried. Thanks. Number 7.
Second.
All in favor? Carried. Great. Do we have any new business? Addendums? Media questions in camera.
We have it in camera, we're gonna defer it to.
I think we can get through the in camera pretty quick.
Move to adjourn the camera.